Good morning, everybody. Welcome here at the Transport Forum on the 29th of August, 2024. Obviously, there are still many people arriving, traffic and all that type of things, but fortunately, we're already a nice group of people together. So today is almost the end of August already, believe it or not, a windy month. And we're talking today about regional integration. And we're proudly being hosted by Professor Nanel Pisa and the Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management of University of Johannesburg. Thank you, Prof. Pisa, for hosting us today. We really appreciate that and all the mentorship you guys giving us to run this forum professionally and accurately. And we've been doing this for more than 17 years, 17 and a half years. So it's a great privilege to be here today again on the premises of UJ. We're always very much honored to be here. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gents, the guys that's online, welcome to you as well. We've got both people on Zoom and YouTube, so it's quite a big audience that we've got gathered together. So we're going to change between screens today. Sometimes you will see these cameras on the screen here. Sometimes you'll see the Zoom screen, but we will flip screens as necessary. And the Zoom people later on, when we do the panel discussion, the questions and answers, then you'll also be allowed to ask questions and we will hear you. Actually, two of our presenters will today present virtually, but we will share with you as we go along. Ladies and gents, this Transport Forum, you might have noticed, is complimentary to the public. So obviously we have people paying for this, sponsoring these events for many years, and we're very thankful for that. And we'd like to quickly give some recognition. Now, before I do that, the restrooms, you see that reception area there? It's just behind us. You go into that passage there, you'll find the restrooms there. All right. So looking at our sponsors and associates. Okay. Let me just say this. This is an important one. We're going to do a competition today as well. So we've got two prizes. You see here on the stage. The front two of them are standing. It's a handheld spotlight, a rechargeable LED spotlights, a value of about 600 rands, each one of them. And you might be the lucky winner, contender, I think is the word, to win this prize or one of those two prizes. And so what we're going to do is we're going to introduce you to our sponsors and associate partners. And then we're going to ask questions and we're going to use menti.com. So the reason why we're using Menti is so that our online audience can also participate. So we all participate in this room and online people. And the one that answers the question right quickest, that person is the winner. Now we will see on the screen what's happening. Hopefully Menti will work again nicely so that we all can see that. So when we do that, I'll go and sit at the chair there and I'll share screen from there and run the Menti from there and ask the questions. All right, so you should listen carefully and maybe you're the lucky winner. So they are our sponsors and associates, and we're quickly going to introduce you to all of them. So we've got professional bodies in the industry associated with the Transport Forum formally. Obviously, there are many others. These are formally associated with us. So we start off with the South African Association of Freight Forwarders. They shared a nice video with us.
What does it take to compete on the world stage? To go head to head with the best of the best. Excellence, agility, resilience, the willingness to keep on evolving. It takes courageous leadership to be bold and chart the course, to connect the dots, bringing stakeholders together, to overcome the hurdles we all face, and to deliver best practice. It's about business at the click of a button, delivering at the speed of the internet, connecting people, products, and places, strengthening our supply chains, faster and more cost-effective than ever. Since 1921, we've given voice and vision to the freight forwarding industry, navigating the tides of international trade, evolving ever more sophisticated supply chains, bridging local and global markets to move our economy forward. Welcome to our world. The South African Association of Freight Forwarders, architects of transport for over a century.
Thank you, Sar, for your mentorship and association. We've got the Multi-Inland Port Association doing lots of work in revitalizing our railway network in South Africa, and also inland ports playing a big role in obviously uplifting our side branches and so on. So we really appreciate their association. We've got the African Women in Supply Chain Association, led by our team. Thank you for your associationship. The South African Express Parcel Association, you can see the representative body and voice of the express delivery industry in South Africa. Thank you very much for your support. South African Bus Operators Association, Shamini Naidu and team. You can see they represent the bus and coach industry in South Africa. Thank you very much for that. And then the Road Freight Association, you can see they say without trucks, South Africa stops. So great having them on board as well. And then also very much busy in the rail industry is the African Rail Industry Association, ARIA. Marcella and her team, you can see they say the preeminent body in South Africa representing players in the railway industry. Then we've got Nikki Scott and the Safer Stops Association. You can see there, uniting minds, sharing vision and resources, uplifting well-being, boosting road safety for South Africa's commercial drivers. Very important work. We also have 4 formal media alliance partners. Freight News by FTW. They've actually been part of this Transport Forum since inception. All these years they've been part of the Transport Forum and giving us exposure as well. So thank you very much, Freight News. There they are. News and features for import and export decision makers. Then we've got Railways Africa magazine, a specialist trade technical business-to-business online publication covering all aspects of the rail sector. We've got Focus on Transport and Logistics. They say that South Africa's oldest and leading transport magazine. And we've got Engineering News of Crema Media, and they always share us the latest news highlights. So that's also nice. Here we go.
Hello and welcome to this week's edition of the Engineering News and Mining Weekly magazine, published on Friday, 30 August 2024. In this week's cover article, Engineering News and Mining Weekly senior contributing editor online Tasneem Bulbulia writes that digitalization can help bolster safety across mines and factories. While South Africa has made notable progress in reducing occupational injuries and diseases in the mining and industrial sectors, more needs to be done, including bolstering collaboration and leveraging digitalization to reach zero harm. The Engineering News features focus on food and beverage, where a manufacturer embarks on a sustainability drive. Aluminium, where South Africa's scrap recycling lags behind global trends. And gas, where a pipeline enhancement will facilitate LNG distribution. The Mining Weekly features focus on energy solutions for mining, where there's a continued uptake of renewable energy by South African mines. This week's business leader is Wojciech Piorko, MD for Africa at Vertiv. And as this week's cartoon shows, there has been little public enthusiasm shown following the election of Dada Morero as Johannesburg's mayor for a second stint. We hope you enjoy this week's edition of Creamer Media's Engineering News and Mining Weekly. Be sure to subscribe to the magazine that offers you in-depth news about developments in the real economy by emailing subscriptions@engineeringnews.co.za. Happy reading and see you next time.
Right, thank you very much, Engineering News. Ladies and gents, the Transport Forum is honored in having one platinum sponsor on this stage, and which is C-Track, also actually part of the Transport Forum since inception, and they shared a video with us about the very nice crystal product.
In the 4 decades, faith was always visible. We learned a thing or two along the way. That's why our focus is firmly on the future. A future that goes beyond just tracking and reporting, challenging the status quo, and exploring what the power of technology combined with AI can unlock for your business. Because talking did not earn us the reputation of being the leader in fleet telematics solutions. Pushing boundaries with constant innovation did, and putting our customers first by asking, what if, what's next, and what's possible? With the power of foresight over hindsight to plan ahead and make smarter decisions. What if you could predict the optimal route to increase on-time deliveries and significantly reduce long-term maintenance? What if you could predict the best tractor speed on the day to reduce waste and spray and cover more ground with precision? Or if something's trivial as a few centimeters could predict the difference between maximum efficiency and maximum risk? Because in our world, and likely in yours too, having insights that can be used as foresight with crystal clear view of the future is the only thing that matters. Remain ahead for better control, efficiencies, better performance. It's the telematics and AI solution that goes beyond tracking and reporting. Step into the future with Crystal by C-Track and experience the power to predict.
Thank you, C-Track, and a great product, Crystal. Ladies and gents, Bid Cargo, also gold sponsor for many years of the Transport Forum. Let's have a look at their great video.
In the world of express freight, there's one name that stands above the rest, Bid Cargo. Our airport-to-airport line haul service is the backbone of South Africa's express freight industry. At Bid Cargo, we don't just deliver cargo. We go the extra mile to ensure a seamless and efficient experience in South Africa. With our unwavering commitment to excellence and improved technology, we handle your cargo with utmost care and deliver it on time, every time. Our dedication to service excellence is what sets us apart. We live by our core values of service excellence, mutual respect, integrity, and accountability. When you choose Bid Cargo, you're choosing a partner that takes pride in going above and beyond for your freight needs. From pharmaceuticals to perishable goods, automotive parts to live animal transportation, we handle a diverse range of commodities. Our attention to detail and precision ensure that your cargo arrives in perfect condition, no matter what it is. Our dedicated teams work tirelessly to guarantee the safety and efficient transport of your cargo. We leave no stone unturned to ensure your freight arrives at its destination intact and on time. With our advanced track and trace system, you can monitor your shipments in real time. Stay informed about the whereabouts of your cargo with just a few clicks. Our goal is to provide you with peace of mind and complete transparency throughout the entire journey. We understand that time is of the essence for our valued customers. That's why we offer a user-friendly online portal that simplifies the documentation process. Obtain quotations and create e-labels with ease, saving you valuable time and effort. Whether you have a small package or a large shipment, Bid Cargo handles it all with equal care and precision. Our ISO certification is a testament to our commitment to quality and professionalism. We don't just excel in domestic express freight, we also cater to your international cargo needs. No matter the size of your business, whether you're a small enterprise or a multinational corporation, you can trust us to handle your cargo with the same level of dedication and attention to detail. Connect with us today and discover the difference our innovative technology, seamless tracking, and customer-oriented approach will make to your operation. Bid Cargo, same-day express every day, overnight express every night.
Thank you, Bid Cargo. Control Fleet, they signed up this year with the Transport Forum. Let's have a look at their message.
At Control Fleet, innovation is at the heart of every decision we make. We execute like never before. Our features include planning, scheduling, driver application, and our value proposition is continuous value and execution for you. We love logistics and transport operations, our clients, and our aim is to provide them with new age technology, innovate their business, and take them to the future.
Thank you, Control Fleet. Unitrans, actually a gold sponsor for many years. Let's have a look at their video.
Our continent continues to grow, and our industrial division is focused on connecting Africa to global markets. As our region evolves, so does our footprint across key trade passages and corridors, enabling new opportunities and growth. Unitrans is committed to fueling this growth by providing integrated warehousing and freight transport solutions. This capability has evolved across a number of customers, sectors, and countries, and continues to expand, seamlessly linking road freight, multimodal solutions, warehousing, secondary logistics, as well as freight forwarding and clearing activities. We are able to offer customers a full end-to-end solution that manages logistics needs in an efficient and cost-effective manner. With a strong focus on technology and partnerships, we continue to strengthen our approach as a managed logistics service that gets the job done.
Thank you, Unitrans. That's our host for today, University of Johannesburg, Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management. They've also got the Institute of Transport and Logistics Studies, and I'm sure Prof. Nalin will tell you a little bit more about them just now. Thank you very much, Prof. Data Noble, company that's actually doing research on your behalf. They talk to your customers, find out how's their perception of your services very professionally, and they also obtain information what better solutions you can offer your customers, and they obtain that information from your customers. So that's very valuable information. So Data Noble, take note of this company. You've got Go Metro. You can see Go Metro, they say they revolutionize your fleet management with instant real-time insights. So this is AI at its best, I suppose, visibility of what's happening across your supply chain. Thank you very much, Go Metro, for your gold sponsorship. Kuba also many years. You can see they say they transform ticketing as part of the ICM Mobility Group. They talk about journey planning, smart ticketing, streamlining electronic payment, shaping the digital transformation of the mobility sector. Thank you very much, Kuba. Standard Bank, over 160 years of experience, gold sponsor, also with the Transport Forum for many years. Let's see if we can get this video working. So online video. Always nerve-wracking to get an online video to work.
The purpose is Africa is our home, we drive the growth. And driving Africa's growth goes to the nature of an institution that we are, which is an organization that is at the center of the economy, giving people the ability to pay, to borrow, to invest, and by ensuring their assets. We do all of this to fulfill that purpose of a financial institution, which is to help people to become active economic agents and contribute to economic growth.
We have found increasingly that we need to impact the communities that we operate in a very positive manner. We need to conduct our business in line with international best practices. We signed up to the Equator Principles, which helps to protect our environment. We want to make sure that we're investing in infrastructure. We want to make sure that we're deepening financial services so that more and more people have access to financial services.
You can never provide a full service offering to the client if you don't do so on the basis of an integrated standard bank offering, i.e. a universal bank. When we look at types of projects and companies and individuals that we find, we have to be sensitive to the impact that they make on those communities. Do they contribute meaningfully? Are they ethical in their own behavior? Are they sensitive to issues of environment? Are they sensitive to the way they undertake and develop their own projects and initiatives? And Standard Bank believes very, very strongly in ensuring that ultimately the growth that we desire is a growth that benefits everyone.
We finance the building of airports, bridges, ports, which contribute to economic growth and contribute to the hard infrastructure that society needs for development.
How do we show up in such a way that is real and human in our customers? And it goes both ways. How do we see customers as individuals, but how do we also show up not as a monolithic bank, but as a human bank, as a local bank? And you might say that it's sort of is a bit of a paradox because we're a universal bank. It's true, but we are a universal bank that feels local, that feels real.
Countries in Africa embrace democracy, embrace good macroeconomic policies, they will attract foreign capital, into their economies. And we as a group are well positioned to access those capital flows and also help drive investments in the right sectors.
Thank you, Standard Bank. We're moving forward. Ladies and gents, we've got Global Trade Solution, who's a gold sponsor with Transport Forum for many years. We've got Louise Widget here with us today. She's one of our presenters. You can see they do innovative solutions, transforming the global supply chain, all about your global supply chain. And Louise will obviously tell you a little more about GTS just now. Thank you very much, Louise, for your support. We've got Jutari, Impact Engineer, consulting engineers of note. Also many years with us, previously known as Oricon. So they're supporting us a lot with also mentorship and so on. Thank you very much, Jutari, for your great gold sponsorship. JC Auditors, let's have a look at their video.
Welcome to JC Auditors, your trusted partner in road freight certification solutions. At JCA, we offer a single integrated solution for road freight companies, enabling you to achieve all your compliance and certification requirements. Our focus on the South African National Standard, RTMS, ensures your fleet meets the high standards in safety, efficiency, and sustainability. Promoting vehicle safety and fostering safe driving behavior are keys to RTMS success. With a national presence of a growing footprint in the SADC regions, JCA is your local and regional expert in road transport compliance. Our certificates are SANAS accredited and IAF aligned. So rest assured that JC Auditors certifications are recognized globally. Our team of professional road transport experts brings unparalleled experience and dedication to every client, ensuring your company is always compliant. Having conducted over 10,000 audits in the last 15 years, JCA's expertise is proven, tried, and trusted across the industry. We proudly serve South Africa's leading road freight companies, along with a host of other forward-thinking and ambitious transporters, driving road transport excellence. Join the many satisfied clients who trust JC Auditors for their road freight certification needs, including RTMS, ISO 9001, and more. Visit us at www.jcauditors.com and drive your business forward with confidence.
Thank you for giving us confidence, JC Auditors. Really appreciate that. Ladies and gents, we've got EasyClear. There we've got Mike Henning sitting with us as well from EasyClear. Software solutions for customers clearing, freight forwarding, and logistics providers, covering air, sea, road, and rail. I'm sure you would also like to engage with Michael. Thank you very much, EasyClear. Ticket Pro Group, they've actually got two products with the Transport Forum they're sponsoring. This one is the Ticket Pro Travel. It's an online booking tool. You can see ticketprotravel.co.za for all your corporate online booking needs. You can make use of them, very efficient tool. They say no hidden contracts, no hidden fees, just good business with straightforward fair pricing. So take note of Ticket Pro Travel. Also from them, they've got the Ticket Pro Smart Tab. See, that's a solution that includes key features like comprehensive route management, flexible passenger payment methods, flexible route and fare product setup, shift and dispatch management, cashier system inspection tools, and comprehensive management information system report. Thank you very much, Ticket Pro Smart Tab. Ladies and gents, very interesting. Internet of Things integration. This is also a new company with the Transport Forum. You can see as an Internet of Things solution provider focusing on the development of various telemetry, monitoring, and control systems. Let's have a look at their video. So thank you. That's integration of all these high-tech solutions. So thank you very much, Internet of Things integration. Very great product. This is a new sponsor of the Transport Forum, actually from next month in control. So keep an eye on this space. We will tell you more about in the future of this great company. And then take note of the following. Smart Mobility Africa. Thank you very much. The Transport Forum will also exhibit there. So you'll also be able to come and visit us there. Ladies and gentlemen, that is now all about our sponsors. And now is that the fun time, the competition finds time. So you need to grab your phone now, people online and people in the room, and you type in menti.com. And I'm going to give you the code which you should share. You'll see they're going to ask you for a code, which I'll give it to you now. And they're going to ask you to type in your name. Please type in your name and your surname, because sometimes it's the same name, more than one people in the audience. So, there's our sponsors that the questions are going to be about. So I'm taking it back to that one. So I'm going to sit on that seat there with Jan, and we're going to try and make the technology work. See you now. All right, so this is now obviously for those two things that you can be the winner of one of those two. You know, you take them away, yes. One of those two, and it's a portable spotlight. All right, so let me try and share my screen here. Thank you, Jan. So there is a code you should type in. Excuse me, it's 56985428. Then you join this quiz. 56985428. Type in your name and surname and the code. And then I'm giving you a nice lot of people coming on there. Okay, let's go and shoot for the first question. No, man, sorry. The wrong screen. right, here we go. It's a gold sponsor doing consulting and strategy on international trade. Who's that? Is it C-Track, Go Metro, GTS, or Zutari? Is it C-Track, Go Metro, Global Trade Solution, or Zutari? Right, the majority had the correct answer as GTS. So let's have a look at the leaderboard. Michael Henning, you've been the fastest. Congratulations to Michael Henning. All right, Michael, now you're not allowed to participate in the next one. Okay, yeah, let's go to the next one. Question 2 of 2. Let's go. Now, what's going on with Menti now? Let's try this. Oh, here it comes. Right, a media house which is with the Transport Forum since inception. I've said it all over and over again just now. What's happening now? Okay, the answer was Freight News. And I can see it in the background, Lesego. Lesego was the first, the fastest. Now this Lesego, I'm not too sure of your person in the audience because you haven't typed in your surname. But are you online, Lesego is in the audience. There's Lesego. Congratulations. Let's give them a big hand. And we're going to hand over the prizes. So just a moment for us. This is not the only fun we're going to have, ladies and gents. You will see when we look on our agenda, at the end of this event, we're going to have a lucky draw. And there's a lucky draw standing on the stage here with me. It's quite an expensive Sanyo radio with solar panel. So that's going to be a nice one as well that you might be able to win. All right. Good. Ladies and gents, just take note of the Transport Forum's website. You will find all the presentations presented here today and the past 17 years you will find on that website. And that's all complimentary to the public. A very, very strong and powerful knowledge base. We're getting lots of good compliments about this knowledge base. So how do you obtain it? You need an account of the Transport Forum. That's obviously we protect our site. And also we need to obtain your information somehow. And that's how we do it. So we ask your information and then you can download the presentation for free. So you need to create a profile with you at the Transport Forum. You'll see there's on the Transport Forum screen, there's a place where you can sign up as a member of the Transport Forum or a participant. And then you create your own username and password. You type in your username and password and you log in. And once you've logged in, you go to events, you select downloads, You get the very powerful, simple search engine with two fields. The top field, you can type in a title or a date or a person's surname or whatever, and you hit search, bring up related presentations of more than 900 presentations, according to your search. Or you can type in the bottom one, the category. You can select the day's date and hit search, and it'll bring up that day's presentations, and you can download them. Okay, very, very powerful. So good. Now that's what we've been looking for. We're back to regional integration. 29th of August 2024. And I'm not going to stand and read through the entire program. You obviously have seen it and it's on your tables, but just briefly, you can see we've got very knowledgeable people talking here, like Mr. Duncan Bonnet of Africa House. He's going to talk about strategic corridors and SADC. Mr. Tabang Mamaru is a business mobilization of DTIC, state of intra-Africa trade and regional integration development for South Africa. And then we're going to take a short break. Thereafter, we will have Mr. Tetiwe Chika. He's from CBRTA, talking about transition from quantity regulation to quality regulation in a cross-border road transport industry. Then we're going to have Louise Widget, Chief Executive of Global Trade Solution, Guided Trade Initiative under African Continental Free Trade Agreement, and the successes achieved. Also going to be extremely interesting. Then Dr. Ifi Ogo, she's Trade and Investment Advisor, and she's going to present all the way from Ghana. And she's going to talk about market access opportunities and potential implications for the transport industry. So, great program, and we're looking forward to spending time with these knowledgeable people. So, without further ado, I would like to hand you over to our host for today, Professor Nolene Pisa. Thank you so much for joining us and doing the formal welcome of this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Harry. Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome you here at the University of Johannesburg, specifically at the Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management. I know Harry mentioned that I'll give you an overview of the department, but my preparation today was to just give you an academic analysis of this Africa Free Trade Agreement and its implications. But briefly, our department is housed in the School of Management, and it sits in the faculty known as the College of Business and Economics. Our department is one of the biggest in the university, housing more than 5,300 students, both in subsidized programs and non-subsidized programs. As Harry mentioned, we've got an Institute of Transport and Logistics Studies where we house the research that's done in the department, as well as customized short learning programs for industry, as well as customized research. So we are always looking for industry partnerships. Our research is impactful by collaborating with industry and solving relevant real-world problems. So you're welcome to engage us and see if we can come up with partnerships to solve societal and business problems together. As I've mentioned, I'm a researcher first, and for students that are attending, I always say to the students during orientation that 50 years ago, you could pursue one career in your lifetime. But unfortunately, the world is evolving. New technologies, new challenges require us to relearn and redefine our careers to remain relevant in the workplace. I studied a BCom in economics. I did a master's and PhD in international trade. I'm now a professor in transport economics. So thank you. So the point is to remain relevant, to find solutions to societal problems, you're going to have to integrate knowledge from different sectors to have a different lens that enables you to be relevant in the workplace. So this is specifically for our students to encourage you to keep on learning. Even in industry, they will tell you that they're also continuously learning. So don't think once you have your qualifications, you are done, you're going to have the big positions. It doesn't end there, it's just the beginning. So I did a brief overview of the potential challenges and potential benefits of the Africa Free Trade area. So as we all know, tariffs and non-tariff measures are a significant barrier to trade. They reduce trade volume significantly. As I've mentioned, I did a PhD in international trade. A few years ago, I could have told you specifically the percentage by which tariffs and non-tariff measures inhibit trade, but we can just imagine if you are selling a product to the next country and you have to pay a tariff for 10%, it's going to make your product more expensive, right? So if we take away those tariff barriers, we're opening up the market, opening up and making prices lower for the end consumers, but also more competitive for businesses to enable more business opportunities and widen the markets in which businesses operate. Specifically for the transport and logistics sector, we know that South Africa's transport and logistics is quite bloated. We have one of the poorest logistics performance indicators if you compare South Africa to the BRICS countries. So we can only imagine the benefits that this free trade agreement can bring to South Africa and to the African continent at large. This initiative has been on the books for many years, with the formal signing starting in 2018 and implementation beginning in 2021. To date, we have 45 countries that have signed the free trade agreement, and it is estimated that once signed, the GDP of the combined Africa Free Trade Agreement will be about 4.3 trillion, and this will be the biggest GDP of any trade agreement compared to the existing ones. So it's got a lot of potential, and there's a lot to gain specifically for the transport and logistics sectors. The World Economic Forum estimates that the market size constitutes of about 1.7 billion people. And you can imagine if you're a business, this is a much wider customer base to explore. It's expected to boost regional income by up to 450 billion, and it's expected to generate up to 6.7 business and customers spending. So the multiplier effect is going to be quite significant. So I did a little bit of research to see what is published on the potential impacts. By no means is this an actual reflection of what's happening in the ground. We have esteemed speakers who are doing this in practice, who are seeing the reality, and they will allude to the specifics later on in the program, as you'll see. But we expect that it will increase Africa inter-regional trade by up to 25%. If you are to analyze, for example, South Africa's trade partners, you'll find that most of our trade is with international partners. China, Germany, Europe are our main trading partners, with very little intra-Africa trade. So we expect that specifically for the transport sector alone, there will be nearly a 40% increase in transport service production. As we all know, transport infrastructure into the rest of Africa is quite limited, and this is one of the main reasons it limits trade. So added with the tariffs and the non-tariff measures that impede trade, it is a significant obstacle to trade with the rest of Africa. That's why it's easier and more seamless to trade with the rest of the world. So it's a very important agreement, and the expected benefits cannot be argued. However, as I've said, there are a lot of barriers and lack of infrastructure. So with this free trade agreement, we expect that there will be also significant investment opportunities, specifically in transport infrastructure and equipment, and it's estimated to be about $411 billion by 2030 across all modes: road, rail, maritime, and air transport. It's expected to reduce trade costs, and the biggest gainers that are expected are to be Cameroon, Egypt, DRC, Nigeria, and Tanzania. And for businesses, this is important to explore as potential markets. If there are significant gains in terms of tariffs, it means that our products are going to be more competitive in these markets. And this obviously will increase the competitiveness of local production and increase economic growth. Specifically, transport demand is expected to increase in terms of freight traffic. On roads, it's expected to double from the current of about 201 million tons to 403 million tons. In the maritime sector, volumes are expected to almost grow 4 times, from about 58 million tons to about 132 million tons. And air freight volumes are also expected to almost double from 2.3 million to 4.5 million tons by 2030. In terms of infrastructure requirements, as I've alluded to already, we've got a lot of infrastructure gaps. Implementation of the free trade agreement will require infrastructure investment to facilitate that trade. Those volumes are not going to happen if we do not have the infrastructure in place. It's expected that road networks are expected to grow by almost 26,500 kilometers. And as a result, it will increase bulk cargo as a result of the infrastructure improvements as stated on the screen above. Regional demand for infrastructure, specifically within Western Africa, that's where the projected growth is going to be highest, within Western Africa, and then corridors from West Africa to Southern Africa, and as well as Southern Africa to Western Africa. So obviously, it's not like it's just one highway. There are alternative routes, and these corridors are the ones that present the most opportunities for infrastructure development. In terms of road networks, there will be a 39% increase in demand for trucks to move that projected increase of freight volume from 201 to 403 million tons. And specifically for bulk cargo, it's expected to increase by about 248,000 containers. For rail, as we are aware, South Africa, Egypt, and Morocco are the main countries with relatively good rail infrastructure, and it's expected that this infrastructure support, if we build and upgrade the rail networks, it should support an increase in freight demand by about 28%. But this will require an investment in up to 26,500 kilometers of rail tracks. To meet a projected demand, we will require about 967 wagons. So it's just broad figures to show you that there are significant gaps as we stand. There are a lot of gaps, and a lot of capital is going to be required in terms of investment, both from governments in terms of infrastructure, but as well as businesses in terms of provision of services to tap into these new markets that are going to be created. As mentioned previously, the maritime sector is also going to increase, and specifically in terms of acquisition of vessels, it will need about 126 vessels for bulk cargo and about 15 more vessels for container cargo by 2030. In terms of supply chains, firstly, they will benefit from all these investments in the infrastructure, as well as increased transport services provision. But once that's in place, logistic services become more seamless. It can't happen if there's no infrastructure. So infrastructure is the first step. Then we start to see the gains in efficiency in terms of flows of goods across the continent. And we expect this infrastructure investments to open up opportunities and create better digital supply chain frameworks. Once we have the infrastructure, once we can get the goods to those less reachable African continents, businesses can start to then invest in digital solutions to optimize and track and trace, et cetera, but you can't invest if you can't get your goods there in the first place. So I foresee this as the second phase. The logistics gains will be significant after medium to long term. Will also lead to improved digital connectivity, regional value chain participation will increase, tariff reductions, and the trade facilitation itself, as mentioned previously, will reduce the general prices of goods and services, thereby improving economic growth rates. And then overall sustainability initiatives will be more easily adopted in businesses once the economic gains are realized from the improvements in trade. In addition, obviously, digital integration, private partnerships, and improvements in customs and border services are going to be important to facilitate the overall implementation of the free trade agreement and to ease business and to ease international trade. However, as we all know, it's not all roses and golds. There are a lot of opportunity. There are a lot of challenges that still exist in the African continent that need to be addressed before the benefits can be reaped, before implementation can start to be effective. These include infrastructure gaps, customs and administrative barriers. You can imagine 55 countries have got their own different custom systems in place. To integrate them so that we can easily trade and take away the barriers is going to take time, and will need administrative coordination for that to take place. And that comes with also a lot of financial requirements. It just doesn't happen. There's also going to be things like your air transport and movement protocols. Those need to be redesigned. They need to be strategies on the African continent as a whole to ease movements of goods and services and people to facilitate the changes. We all know the logistical challenges that we are faced with. I will not repeat them, but also there's going to be need for political will and buy-in from governments to integrate all these changes and put in place an enabling environment that will ensure that the free trade agreement is effective and the various economies can reap the benefits that it promises. So I will end on that note and leave the podium for our experts that will give us more specific insights. Thank you very much for your attendance, and I hope that you find this day informative and fruitful. Thank you, Harry.
Thank you, Prof. Expert Nolene Pisa. Really appreciate hosting us today and giving us a good introduction to the topic of the day. Thank you so much. We really appreciate that. Right, ladies and gents, let's just get back to our program quickly. Good, so our next presenter is Mr. Duncan Bonnet, and he's talking, well, he's the Director of Market Access and Research of Africa House. And he's going to talk about strategic corridors in SADC, threat or opportunity for South African suppliers. Thank you very much, Duncan.
Great. Thanks very much, Harry, and thanks for the intro, Prof. It's always good to contextualize the continent, and I think there's still far too many people in South Africa, whether it's corporate, government, academia, who don't really understand the operating environment that we work in. So thanks very much for that. I'm going to run through some of the slides quite quickly. What I want to look at is really what's been happening on the continent in the last, certainly in our region, in the SADC region, in the last year or two, and what the potential impact is for South African business. Because I don't think too many of us actually understand how the operating environment is changing across the region. So just to put the SADC region in numbers, I'm not going to go through all the numbers. I think it's suffice to say that the SADC region, if you look at it, population of over 400 million people, and by the end of this decade, we will be a $1 trillion economy in the SADC region. $1 trillion is a lot of money. And I think the other important thing to note is that South Africa is growing a lot slower than the rest of the region. This is something that's been happening for many, many years. I can remember when I was at university and looking at regional integration studies, South Africa accounted for about 75% of SADC's GDP. By the end of this decade, it will be well under 50% of that regional GDP. So things are happening outside of our borders, and we need to be aware of that. You can see where a lot of the growth is happening on the continent. I'm not going to go through that in any detail. I just think we need to be aware of some of the dynamics in the region. Also, what we need to understand is some of the dynamics around projects. In many respects, outside of consumers, projects drive trade. Those of you who are aware of it in sort of things like the mining industry, the energy sector, those all require inputs. And many of those inputs have traditionally come from South Africa, whether directly manufactured here or re-exported into the region. So you can see what the project profile is in the region. This is just in the last few years, sort of from the COVID era forward, about 2,500 significant projects. You can see close to $500 billion worth of potential project activity. That doesn't mean that all of those projects are happening at the same time or that they even will happen. Grand Inga being the best example of that. I think the first time they proposed building Grand Inga was in 1830-something. We're nearly at 2030-something. So, a couple of hundred years later, it hasn't happened. So, but it does give you an idea of what's happening. And I think, interestingly, if you look at the split of it, power, as we've experienced in South Africa over the last 15 or so years, without power, you go nowhere. The rest of the region has traditionally been even further behind us. And if you look at somewhere like Kenya, which is touted as being a major regional economy, they're very excited about the fact that their installed capacity is approaching 4,000 megawatts, so 10% of what ours is. And I think so you look at it from that perspective. But more importantly, and from the perspective of where we are today, ports and rail, roads, transport infrastructure, these are things that are seeing enormous investment into the not just the SADC region, but into the broader African business environment. We're seeing investment in that from global players. So the likes of DP World, African Global Logistics, which used to be Bolloré, a number of Chinese operators, Filipino operators. We've seen that at DCT2 in Durban. So we're seeing global operators coming into the system. The Lobito Atlantic Corridor is a consortium of 3 key global players. Those being obviously Moltengil, the Portuguese construction company, Vecturis, which is a Belgian railway operator, and then Trafigura, one of the world's largest commodity traders. So these are the types of companies that are investing in infrastructure across the continent. And you can see there as well, oil and gas, power, all of those sort of things, about half of the declared value. And this is starting to push. Why is this happening? It's happening because of the industrialization of the region, critical minerals that are playing a major role, energy security, energy independence in Africa, but also the growth of consumers. So I think that's quite important to just understand. You'll all have this presentation afterwards, so I'm not going to go through each bullet point. You can see where the projects are happening. South Africa has 31% of the project basket, theoretically. We hear every year in the presidential address about $100 billion of projects that are shovel ready, but I think somebody's nicked the shovels because the same projects are punted to us every year. So we seem to have a bit of stasis in South Africa in terms of actually pushing those. Mozambique, there's a lot of project activity. Obviously, some of that's stalled in the far north of the country. But what I find interesting about Mozambique is people are obsessed with the gas projects up in Cabo Delgado, with rightly so. That's $50-odd billion worth of potential investment. But I don't know which way is east from here. I'm terrible with directions. But 400 kilometers to our east, around Maputo, there's $3.5 to $4 billion worth of gas-related infrastructure that's being developed and unlocked. So, we're right there. And there's so much more that can be developed around those industries. And then if we look a little bit Further, sort of Tanzania, Angola, Namibia, and others. Namibia is on the cusp of becoming the energy center of Southern Africa. There's roughly $50 to $55 billion worth of potential investment in green hydrogen, oil, gas, and related ancillary infrastructure. Much of that is actually on the maritime border with South Africa. And I think without pointing fingers, it just illustrates Namibia is close to developing a $10 billion green hydrogen project. We started off with our feasibility studies at roughly the same time. We're nowhere. Namibia is about to pull the trigger on around $30 to $35 billion worth of oil investment in the same maritime area. Remember, that border is a political border. Oil doesn't choose sides. We've got the same oil, but we're not unlocking it. Why aren't we? And we need to understand the regulatory and political barriers that have hammered that in the past. Angola is looking pretty good. Privatizing or concessioning infrastructure, I think, is more correct. So we've done quite a lot of work for the likes of DP World and AGL on those concessions and what they're looking to try and unlock from that. And largely what they're trying to do, what they're trying to do in the Congo, what they're trying to do in Namibia, Mozambique, Tanzania, is take away a lot of the pie that we've traditionally had. I remember in 1992, the head of what was then the old SADCC, for those of you who of my generation might remember the old before it became SADC. It was a chap called Simba Makoni, Zimbabwean, who was the executive secretary. And he was asked in 1992, what does South Africa's reintegration in the region mean for the rest of the region? And his answer was quite simple. He said, it doesn't matter if de Klerk or Mandela is the president of South Africa. It makes no economic sense for copper to go from Kolwezi or Lubumbashi or Kitwe or Ndola to Durban or Port Elizabeth when Lobito and Beira are there. And that kind of activity, obviously back then, most of the infrastructure in the rest of the region was inadequate. It was expensive. It wasn't functional. That's changing. And that's where we're going to get to through the course of this presentation. So energy driving change in the region. And it's not just at a theoretical level. Energy requires inputs, whether it's turbines, whether it's structural steel, copper cable, all of these sort of things that come into it. And what we're seeing is that within the Southern African region in particular, there is an enormous move towards things like solar power, wind power. As we see problems like in Lake Kariba, which is pretty much dried up, and with it, it's taken about 50% of Zimbabwe and Zambia's power capacity. So we have these new things coming in. Where does this leave us? You know, it's something that we need to take cognizance of. In terms of energy, maybe slightly more controversially, oil and gas. So this map is from Mozambique up to Eritrea. So the eastern seaboard of Africa has become one of the world's newest major areas for exploration and development of oil and gas. What does that come with? It comes with the redevelopment of ports, of pipelines, of transmission lines. It talks to opening up the hinterland of the region. I'm not going to go through the figures, but you can see there East Africa's regional capex somewhere between $180 billion and $200 billion over the next decade to 15 years. That pull of investment creates multiplier effects. It's that halo effect where other infrastructure is upgraded and developed. And that includes the Great Lakes, where there's been a huge push to re-encourage maritime trade across the Great Lakes. All of this is east-west, and you're going to see that in a minute. So Namibia, I've talked a little bit about that. You can see the numbers there, green hydrogen, the oil that's being discovered. You don't have to take my word for it. Wood Mackenzie, one of the key global oil and gas analysts, are talking about each of those two big projects being somewhere between $12 and $13 billion each, plus the $10 billion odd from Hyphen Hydrogen. Hyphen has already signed offtake agreements with companies in Germany. In fact, the King of Belgium managed to drag himself out of Brussels and head down to Namibia to try and scrap for some of that as well. So there's a huge amount of that going on. And then the ancillary infrastructure to support it: ports, roads, rail. So renewables, there's a snapshot of what's happening. Obviously, South Africa is one of the key players in that in terms of developing it. But I think you can see as well the amount of renewable energy that is being put into the pipeline in the rest of the region at the moment. South Africa has a renewable energy master plan. It's been signed into law roughly 3 months after the import of solar panels in South Africa collapsed. Never mind. There is still that opportunity to develop not just the domestic market, but the regional market as well. We did a study for a thing called Trade Forward Southern Africa, UK-funded institution, on the opportunity for South Africa to be a supplier of technology into renewable energy. And there's a great opportunity. And it's not just about rooftop solar or major things. Just about every mining house in South Africa and the region is now looking at deploying their own renewable energy and battery storage. So someone like First Quantum Minerals in Zambia, about 425 to 450 megawatts, because at the moment they're spending $500 million on diesel to keep their mines operating. So within 5 years, they can pay that off through a combination of solar, wind, and battery storage. So renewable energy is a big thing. Then we get to the sexy topic of the day: green energy minerals. We know that China produces and processes over 80% of all the critical minerals that are used in things like microchips and computer chips and so on. Obviously, with the way geopolitics is going, the other half of the world doesn't want that. And that's why you're seeing governments like the US and the European Union starting to play a much more active role in trying to secure those mineral resources, and obviously through that investing in the logistics channels that are going to reroute copper from Kolwezi, Lubumbashi, Likasi, and even in Solwezi in Zambia through the Atlantic and up into Europe rather than eastwards to China. What we see from this map is that of the 190 odd operating and developing critical minerals mines in the region, the bulk of them are in the SADC region or very close to the SADC region. In other words, in our backyard, including some in South Africa. And this is something that we really need to take cognizance of, because it is starting to have a material impact on the way trade flows in the region. Bearing in mind that pre-COVID, about 90% of the copper from the DRC and Zambia flowed through Durban Port. Today, it's about 35%, and about 35% through Dar es Salaam, and the other 30% Beira, Walvis Bay, and so on. The first shipments have gone through Lobito, the trial shipments. And what does that mean? It's not just that you're losing out on a few million tons of copper. What's going back? The backhaul is the chemicals and the mining equipment. If you drive through Namibia, you see those massive tires and mining equipment that are heading back up. Where does that leave suppliers in Gauteng or in South Africa? Are we being cut out of this flow? Just to put it into context, we did a study last year for a South African chemicals manufacturer, and this is just on the copper potential in Southern Africa. And we can see here, a couple of years ago, just over 3 million tons. By 2030, we're looking at over 10 million, or close to 9 million, 8 million tons in the region. And that's just from the companies that are currently producing or are near-term producers. That doesn't include Zambia's ambition to be a 3 million ton a year producer by the end of this decade. So we can see there the volumes are increasing quite significantly. But it's not just about that. It's also about consumers, urban consumers. If you look at South Africa's consumption or exports into the region, a lot of it is not mining equipment or heavy goods. It's value-added food products. And if you look at cities in SADC with over 400,000 people, we've kind of got a geographic barrier in Namibia and Botswana between us and most of the big cities that are developing further north of us. So you can see there, you've got an area bigger than South Africa, that only has one city with more than 400,000 people in it. That's Windhoek. I think you could probably argue that Gabs is there or thereabouts, the greater Gaborone area. But most of those cities are further north. And the further north you go, obviously, the more expensive it is. So we're slightly isolated from that. But those urban, think about those of you who kind of old enough to remember what Joburg looked like when we became a proper democracy. Joburg was a bit of a village. You know, it was the biggest city in South Africa, but compared to what it is today, it was quite small. The massive expansion of greater Johannesburg, I think our population has more than doubled. And that kind of thing is taking place right across the region. What does it need? Water, power, logistics, transport, education, healthcare, all of these things that are produced in South Africa at the moment, that we are exporting into the rest of the region, consumer goods or consumer-facing goods, that we need to keep holding onto those markets. Put it another way, in rand terms, you can see where we've gone. We've actually blown the lights out a little bit in the last couple of years, although those figures are slightly massaged by exports of energy to Mozambique. But nonetheless, you can see what we did last year, over 550 billion rands worth of exports into the rest of Africa. 90% of that is into the SADC region, and about 85 to 90% of it is value added. So where we export iron ore and coal to China and then import everything back from them into the rest of the region, we're exporting factory-produced products. This is what's keeping our factories open. And we need to take cognizance of that. So will the Continental Free Trade Area then open up this kind of growth into East and West Africa? It's yet to be seen. I think non-tariff barriers are a bigger issue in those markets than tariff barriers are in many respects. Global exports to SADC, just to put into context, we're still the biggest exporter. We were in 2022 in dollar terms into the rest of the region, closely followed by China, India, and then I think really interesting, the United Arab Emirates. And this is where global competition is intensifying. The UAE in the year 2000 exported a couple of $100 million worth of goods into the region. As you can see there today, they're looking at about $5 billion into the region. So those huge, big industrial parks that they've developed in the UAE have become a real competitor to us as suppliers into the rest of the region. And I think, you know, obviously in terms of this is dollar-based, we've had the issue that our dollar basket doesn't really increase because of the decline in the value of the rand, but certainly from a volume perspective, it probably has. This next slide is the scary one. So all of that just preempts that. These are our sort of key routes into the rest of the region. You know, I haven't put all of them in. We obviously can go through Botswana and whatever, and then there's into Mozambique as well. But you've got traditionally Shoprite at one stage was doing a lot of exports up to as far as Kinshasa by road to their shops and DCs up there. That's not really possible anymore because of some of the Angolan roads which have collapsed. But this is where we were. These are the blockages that we face. Our ports, our border posts, and then you can see right in the middle there, and that refers the one in South Africa to the issues that we face domestically, whether it was the riots in 2021, whether it's the periodic torching of trucks that are driven by foreigners, or whether it's just the criminality stealing copper and so on and minerals off trucks and hijacking and so on. South Africa has become quite expensive to ensure high-value goods to transport through. So that's what we're faced with. And what are we seeing in the rest of the region? We're seeing agreements between Brazil, Angola, and Portugal to create a hub for those three countries using Angola as a base into the rest of the region. Kinshasa and Brazzaville at the top there. You know, if you go to Kinshasa, you look across the river, there's Brazzaville on the other side. They're the two closest capital cities in the world. They have a combined population of around about 20 million people. That's a big consumer base. And then down to Matadi, you can add another 20 odd million people in. Well, It now from Point Noir in Congo Brazzaville, AGL ex-Bolloré can now get goods into Kinshasa within 24 hours. From South Africa, we're still having to go back via the port of Matadi or all the way up to Point Noir and back again. So European goods are now getting into Kinshasa quicker than our stuff is, which isn't, you know, it doesn't make sense. Then we come down a little bit further, and you can see that copper belt area, some of the 10 million odd tons of stuff, and what's happening. So we've seen the concessioning of the ports. We're seeing the upgrade of railways. We're seeing a lot of money being put into some of those. And these are just newspaper headlines that I took a snapshot of from sort of June, July last year until the end of last year. And then it got a bit too depressing to keep trying to add more headlines in about what was happening in the rest of the region. But you can see some of that. So whether it's Luanda, Lobito, the Lobito corridor, Namibia, you can see there the European Union is putting a lot of money into creating Walvis as an alternative to Cape Town or to Durban as an entry point into the region. The Walvis Bay Corridor Group has an office in Brazil where they're trying to encourage that bilateral flow of goods, and also into the Copper Belt and upgrading of their rail infrastructure so they'll be able to rail eventually from Swakop all the way into Zambia and the DRC. Not only that, but roads projects, $850 million road to reinvigorate exports from the DRC into Dar es Salaam port and potentially Bagamoyo port if that gets built further north, and then also further up into the Great Lakes region. And then we still see more and more and more of it. Agreements between Mozambique, Malawi, Tanzania, Zambia, all of our neighbors. And if you look at all of these developments, I'm not going to run through each one of them directly because I think we are a bit pressed for time. But what you can see in all of this is the amount of money, A, that's flowing into our neighbors and their port, rail, and road infrastructures. And B, if you go into who's providing that funding, the quality. These are global operators, as I said at the beginning, who are upgrading these. I've done a lot of work over the last few years for companies like DP World. In fact, we were part of the team that did the first study for them in Maputo about a decade ago. Since DP World's taken over Maputo Port, the throughput in Maputo has almost trebled. And where does that come from? Taking business away from Durban and Richards Bay. So we need to start looking at this in a much more regional context. It's not just about what the performance of Durban, Richards Bay, Kucha and Kura, Cape Town or whatever is. It's what does that mean for manufacturers and exporters in South Africa? Because for every container that exits via Lobito or Beira, there's a container of stuff going back to where it came from. And that's what we need to start looking for. Beira yesterday in FTW, one of our sponsors today, there was actually an article about the fact that Beira is now exporting sulfur back up to the Copper Belt at the expense of South African suppliers because it doesn't come from here. So what do we need to do to change all of this? And then you can see, and I realized that things have stabilized, but these were some of the headlines coming out of South Africa towards the end of last year, that South Africa had been made a feeder from Mauritius. That we had, you just went to Durban and you just saw this armada of ships hanging around doing nothing. That has improved a bit, but long term, we're going to see that the competition is just going to intensify. It's not going to go away. And as the rest of the region develops, the rationale that Simba Makoni talked about 28 odd years ago is there, that the region should not be reliant solely on South Africa for its logistics and trade. Bearing in mind, Lobito is 1,000 kilometers closer to Kolwezi in the DRC than Durban is, and you go through one border post, not 5. And all the issues that we know that come with border posts. So I think that it's a very sobering thing. In conclusion, SADC region will be a $1 trillion economy with over 400 million consumers by the end of the decade. Key sectors, mining, power, infrastructure, consumer products growing quickly outside of South Africa. We're losing share of the regional economy and supply into the region over time. Investments in ports, railway, roads, power are on an east-west axis, not north-south. The north-south corridor is obviously critical for South Africa to maintain its presence beyond SACU. SACU is critically important to us, but beyond SACU, what do we do? Our South African companies, organizations, government, role players, what are we doing to look at how we fit into this? Are we just going to do it on a wing and a prayer? Or are we going to have a proper, constructive, and well-managed approach to this? I haven't seen it emerge yet. I know that the DTIC, the Africa division of the DTIC, is working very hard behind the scenes to try and come up with a strategy around how we tackle this beast and how we come up with a more sort of coordinated approach to it. But we haven't got there yet. And as this is not something that is future looking, this is happening right now. And we need to take cognizance of it and make sure that we understand where we fit into that. And that's it from me. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Duncan. Quite a wake-up call, I think, and showing us the challenges and obviously opportunities in this region. And we appreciate the regional perspective that you actually teaching us about. Not to have, as I say, I think, tunnel vision, but to understand the bigger picture. And clearly you know what you're talking about in that regard. So Duncan, thank you very much for sharing this with us. Really appreciate it. Quite sure they would like to engage with you in a panel discussion as well. Thank you. Good, ladies and gents. Then our next presenter for this morning is Mr. Thabang Mamaru. He's the Business Mobilization for Department of Trade and Industry and Competition. He's going to talk about the state of inter-Africa trade and regional integration development for South Africa. Thank you very much, Thabang. We just need to go on duplicate, yeah.
Thanks. Sorry. Good morning, everyone. I think it's a bit of a difficult task to speak after having listened to the two presentations that came before me. Prof. Nolin and Mr. Duncan. So the likelihood is that I'm going to be repeating most of the things that they have said. The difference could be that I'm saying those from a governmental point of view, and Prof was saying that from an academic point of view. And I would say, Duncan, should we then, the tripartism, say you were saying that from a private sector point of view? I thank you again, Harry. I just realized that you went to my LinkedIn and kind of sort of looked at a title that I used to have previously. So I will change that at a later stage. Business mobilization was something I was doing while I was in the UAE during the Dubai Expo 2020. But things have changed now. In today's conversations, I wish to start off by saying Africa is once again in the spotlight. And this time around, Europe is not the only institution that has bought the ticket for this show. The Americans have partnered. The Chinese have also bought the tickets. Now, due to geopolitical developments, depending on where you are sitting, you'd find that the Europeans would kind of merge with the Americans to outcompete what the Chinese are doing. And some of the things, as I said, will just be a repetition of what the two speakers have said. But you look at China with their Belt and Road Initiative, their budget there is about 8 trillion. The Europeans have a global gateway program. They have about 360 billion. The Americans have the Build Act, which is about 60 billion. But even when they're combined, the Europeans with the Americans, they still don't stand a chance against the Asians, China in particular. But with that picture, one then gets to wonder, where are Africans in Africa? I read an article, I think yesterday, that Johann Rupert is now Africa's #1 billionaire. He has surpassed Aliko Dangote. Yes, they are doing marvelous job. But where are Africans in Africa for the development of the continent? So with that said, my conversation with you will look into the state of intra-Africa trade, but I wish to first have a bit of context to global dynamics, then zoom into South Africa's export performance since the advent of democracy. We'll look into slightly intra-Africa trade and the challenges that affect us in that regard. And you'd realize that much of the conversation that I'll have will be centered around 3 things: market integration, infrastructure development, and industrialization. The very same aspect that Prof have spoken about earlier on. So we have about 17% of world population as a continent, 4% of global GDP, but unfortunately only contributing to 2% manufacturing. And as Duncan was saying, the firms gets to be, or they remain open based on our manufacturing capabilities. I don't know where the manufacturing index is sitting right now to reference the low level of manufacturing capacity that the continent has holistically. So Africa's share of global trade, again, is sitting at 3%. And that you can tell that we are nowhere closer to averaging what an average fair contribution could be. And depending on who's speaking and when, the level of intra-Africa trade currently is sitting average for the past 2 to 4 years at 6.3%. I read an article again by Professor, I'm not sure if I'm going to spell it correctly, associate professor from this very same institution, UJ in Transport and International Relations, Nzenze, Professor Nzenze, who said that since the advent of the AfCFTA, there has not been much change per se in as far as boosting intra-Africa trade. As true as that it may be, we need to take cognizance of the fact that the AfCFTA is just 4 years old, so to say. So academically, we'd say we are still in ECD. And when you average intra-Africa trade prior to 2020, it was give or take 10 to 14%. And now we are sitting at about 16%, which is 2% growth, and which for me would be a good contribution, considering only that the AfCFTA only came into effect and started operating hardly 4 years ago. But obviously, the level of intra-regional trade in Africa in comparison to other parts of the world is dismally low. And no one can emphasize that more than the stats themselves. But be that as it may, the continent continues to be a critical market for other African economies. 22 African countries have listed other African countries as their #1 trading partner. And above that, 5 would rank other African economies as the second leading export market. So you then get a sense of how important the region is. For South Africa, that is not debatable, the importance of how Africa as a region is. I wish to take you slightly through these historical patterns of our export to the rest of the world. From 1994 to 2023, it's 29 years. The first part of these 3 decades has been dominated by Europe and Asia. Obviously, Europe, due to historical colonial ties, much of our goods were always destined to the European market. And that will be between 1994 and 2008 at the global financial crisis peak. And that will be the blue line for the gentleman who may be colorblind. After 2008, China, Asia, took over the baton and has never lost it since. So the 3 decades period has always been dominated by both Europe and Asia. But an interesting element is the emergence of Africa in as far as these dynamics are concerned. Now, Africa would be this line. In 2008, when Europe contracted, Asia took over, and Africa started picking up. It surpassed Europe, and for a very long time, Europe never recovered, which is a sign of the strength of the African market to South African manufacturers. Key point would be somewhere there. In that year alone, Africa surpassed both Asia and Europe, which presents a sign that it can be done because it has been done. And there are possible interventions that needs to be brought into the fore for us to make sure that once we reach that level, we're able to maintain similar to what the Chinese did. It's unfortunate that was short-lived. Another dynamic would be the fact that Europe has never recovered. They were given advantage by 2019, and we all know what happened in 2019, the COVID pandemic. But what does that say to us? You'd look at all regional or global regions. In 2019, 2020, there is no line that contracted there. There's only one line that contracted, which is Africa, but which gets to speak to supply chain that was disrupted by COVID. Now, that gets to say to us that that is the high impeding element against South Africa or Africa's growth and development prospect holistically. Now, having had this picture in mind, another depressing picture I'll provide is this one. Despite the capabilities that we have, the continent continues to be heavily reliant on imports from the rest of the world. The green would be imports from Africa, intra-Africa imports. And the orange would be imports from the rest of the world. What is more worrying is when you see this reflection happening within the agriculture and agro-processing industry. And it's more worrying mainly because 65% of the world's uncultivated arable land still remains within the African continent. We have the largest sources of clean water than any other continent that is there. The climate condition favors us about 300 days of sunshine in comparison to other parts of the continent, other part of the world. But despite all those natural and advantageous elements, we're still dependent on imports of agricultural products from the rest of the world. I could understand in industries, in manufacturing, and so on and forth, but not in agriculture. So that speaks to the challenges, as I said, that we are exposed to. And these have been repeated many a times. Key to this being the lack of adequate cross-border infrastructure, low levels of industrialization, fragmented markets, inefficient borders, blah, 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 all those things. But the presence of these challenges, fortunately or unfortunately, is not in the absence of solutions. I think the best thing that we are able to do, and I heard it coming from Duncan and Professor Nolin, the political will, and I'll speak about that slightly later on, is that we are a champion of planning and fail to become a champion of doers, implementers, and make sure that whatever it is that we plan gets to lead to fruition. We have all sorts and manner of plans and strategies, but unfortunately, there seem to be a lackluster kind of progress in as far as implementing those. So all these challenges that I'm reflecting here, they either have one or two solutions linked to them. The conversation around the lack of cross-border infrastructure, the African Union has what they call PIDA, Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa. I'm going to speak about it now. So that program seeks to address the challenge of infrastructure development in the continent and cross-border infrastructure. The challenge of low levels of industrialization. Again, the continent has what we call the Accelerated Industrial Development for Africa, which looks into making sure that the continent can add value in their products. The continent can industrialize, the continent can manufacture, and so on and so forth. And thus addressing the element of low levels of industrialization. I've spoken about the challenges, or rather, the depressing picture in agriculture. The continent also has the comprehensive Africa Agricultural Development Program, which gets to make sure, or seeks to make sure, that there is sufficient food security, there's value addition within the agriculture and agribusiness sector, and so on and so forth. Again, knowing very well that Africa is heavily dependent on mineral products, rather primary products, both agriculture and mining. There is the AMDC, the African Mineral Development Center, which again seeks to ensure that there's beneficiation and value addition and so on and so forth within the mining space. So as I said, each and every problem, each and every challenge that has been identified has a solution sitting somewhere. Unfortunately, gathering dust. So the issue of fragmented markets, the AfCFTA is a conversation that we are having today, but I intend to bring other elements than the AfCFTA. I spoke about PIDA just now. The next slide will show you what the aspirations are. But before that, I wanted you to have sight of this. That 77% of our freight from South Africa is mainly through road. And I think if one was to take a trip from Cape to Cairo, as we say, and get to see the dilapidated nature of how the road infrastructure is, you would get to wonder the amount of days that you took in your German car. How much more days does it take in that big truck? And 77% of this goes through this. And you look at the opportunities that rail can provide from a climate change benefit, from an efficiency point of view, but we only have 0.3% contributing to the total merchandise export. But again, there are significant challenges that those who have technical expertise in this field are scratching their heads in making sure that this gets to be addressed. At least maritime is good, and there's progress in as far as maritime is concerned. There are still a whole lot of challenges that must also be addressed in as far as air freight is concerned. So, Peter, where's Prof? Has Prof left? Oh, Prof, sorry. Our numbers may not align here and there. Obviously, as an academic, you want to say depending on the source. But we are more or less close to now. This comes from the AU themselves. I would assume that they are a more credible source. Over 30,000 kilometers of both rail and road networks are expected to be developed through the PIDA program until 2040. More in as far as ICT projects are concerned, there's a need to have about 16,500 kilometers of transmission lines, 54 gigawatts of hydro energy generation, as well as new storage for water capacity. In as much as I may sound a bit, there are achievements that have been reached at this stage. And the achievements are reflected there. And as I said, I think the presentation will be shared for all of you to consume in depth. But a bigger problem for me is the projected financial requirements to achieve this program requires 360 billion US dollars. But I think to date, the only contributions that the AU members have made is about 32 billion from that. And I don't know how long it will take to even cover 50%, half of this 360. There's a conversation, however, that needs to be undertaken, because the 32 odd billion from the EU member states has no private sector contribution towards it. And that in itself is not necessarily a problem, but it is a problem. It is not a problem in a sense that private sector participates in an environment which has, in most cases, de-risked. And government needs to play a big role in making sure that they de-risk the projects that are available for private sector to participate in. As to whether the public sector, we are doing enough in as much as that aspect is concerned, the jury is not yet out on that. But there are conversations trying to incorporate private sector to make sure that either through sovereign wealth funds and your pensions and whatever private capital, wherever it sits, they are able then to mobilize through crowdfunding or whatever strategies they have to ensure that they deliver on some of the aspirations that these projects have. I'm not going to go through this. As I said, it has spoken a lot about by the two presenters. But maybe just to highlight 2 points. There's an interesting development which is happening with Morocco. And that goes to the maritime side. Are we good? All right. So there has been, I think it's called what is it? Tengamet, a new port in Morocco. In 2021, that port has already surpassed Richards Bay. Point number one to note. Point number two, historically, South Africa was a regional hub for auto manufacturing. And now the hub is shifting towards North Africa. Point number three, the Europeans via Spain are intending to construct an underwater whatever connecting Spain with Morocco. So when you look at those dynamics, emphasizing the point that South Africa has been losing out, that train is not to stop. Immediately when Morocco is physically integrated in Europe, and they continue to be the leading regional hub on auto production, Roslyn is going to suffer because over 60% of the automotive units that are manufactured in South Africa, either from your Gqeberha or Roslyn, BMW in particular, a large portion of that is cars that are manufactured solely for European markets. So that picture, again, is worrisome for me. Another interesting conversation, I was intending to pass this after having listened to you, but I can't go past Lobido Corridor. And I worry that this thing is, it's recorded and YouTubed now. The Lobido Corridor, again, in my opening conversation, that global politics, the Americans, Europeans, vis-a-vis Asia, China, is that the MOUs that have been signed recently includes Americans and Europeans and the three companies, the consortium that you've mentioned, Trafigura, Motor Angel, and Vectoris. And the intention is obviously to move mineral products from DRC, Zambia to the Atlantic Ocean, the Lobido Corridor. And when you look at the consortium, as he reflected, Trafigura, Singaporean, Motor Angel, Portuguese, Victorious, Belgian. The conversation is on critical minerals and strategic minerals. Cobalt in DRC, chrome. So the scramble for Africa in its 21st century version. But their line moves from DRC, Zambia to the Atlantic Ocean. And on the opposite side, the Chinese are in conversations with Tanzania to then extend Lobido Corridor from Lubumbashi to Dar es Salaam. Now, that will be on the Indian Ocean. When you look at distance, the distance from Lubumbashi to Dar es Salaam is 500 kilometers less than the distance from Lubumbashi to Lobido. The Asians, through already supply chain networks, have already locked in the strategic critical minerals because they have leading technologies in as far as EVs are concerned. So I'm not saying anything. I'm just giving a picture. Where are Africans in Africa? In as far as industrialization, again, I'm not going to say anything. But two things as well. I'm not going against Belgium and Switzerland, but the chocolates that we eat here at home contains over 80%, 90% or whatever of cocoa that comes from Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire. The flowers that the beautiful ladies in this room are appreciating, those which comes from Netherlands, originates in Kenya and Ethiopia. And unfortunately, Prof, on a sad note, I was once retrenched from my social relationship because I don't buy flowers. And my reason for not buying flowers, I said, I cannot perpetuate this trajectory where I keep on supporting outer projects at the expense of African. And I said to her, I'm not gonna eat curry. So I said to her, we have a piece of land. Let me just farm these flowers. And when you need them, I'll just, then she said to me that it's not gonna be the same. That is when I was happy with the retrenchment. So the conversation here really, as we need to enforce somehow that there is value addition within the African continent. And that can only be done so, unfortunately, by the African Union. When you compare other parts of the world, Europe never go, oh, let me put it this way. When Europe goes to negotiate bilateral or rather economic frameworks or what economic integration or free trade agreements and so on, they don't go as Spain, but they go under the leadership of the European Union Commission. So the Commission gets to negotiate on behalf of the continent. But as Africans, we go as Zambia, and you're going to negotiate with China. You go and negotiate with the European Union Commission. And obviously, I'm not saying anything, but obviously. So let me pause this. We speak about the Africa we want, and I'm glad I was sitting next to, I've seen some lovely gray hairs. Can I see by show of hand in this room, apologies for exposing you, by show of hand, who's above 55 years of age? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Gentle say, I thought you were above 55. All of those who are above 55 years of age, oh, this side as well. You guys, are you aware that you are older than the UAE? You are older than an entire country, the UAE. And you are also older than the new version of China as we know it. Because China only started being the China in 1978, and you guys were already here. The China before was worse than some of Eastern Cape and Limpopo, where I have linkages. It was too rural. Hence, I chose both provinces. Okay, let's include KZN in it. But the China as you know it today is only 46, 47 years of age since their openness to global economics. UAE, 55 years ago, didn't exist at all. It was a desert. And when you go to it today, either go to Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Ras Al Khaimah, Sharjah, Fujairah, wherever, you will get to see that things can be done in just a short period of time, 50 years. The Africa we want requires the AU to have that visionary. The Africa we want requires the political will, as you say, to have that visionary. And somehow conversations needs to be had where African countries can give up a bit of their sovereignty to the African Union only in the event that the African Union can have a credible vision and implement what the continent requires. If you get to ask wherever you have conversations, whether there is 100% confidence in the institution, the AU, again, I would not know whether to say yes or no, but academics will help us. I'm going to move very fast on this one because it speaks about the AFCFTA and you've already done that. What I wish to bring here is that we do not only have the AFCFTA, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, and this will be a bit technical due to legal prospects. The AFCFTA is intended to bring over countries that do not necessarily belong under regional economic communities of some sort. Let me explain this. South Africa belongs under now 3. If we are doing business with Egypt, for an example, Egypt does not necessarily belong in any regional body of some sort. So the AFCFTA gets to bring those countries which may be isolated or alone to the whole continental integration agenda. But for us, our frameworks begin from a SACU point of view, which has been 100 years in existence. Also, the SADC, which is also long, but the SADC trade protocol, I think, operationally so was from 2012, if I'm not mistaken. And now recently, unfortunately, Prof, we have the tripartite free trade area, which came into effect on the 25th of July, just this year. Taking out SACU, taking out SADC, and looking at the tripartite free trade area and the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, there are dynamics that may technically affect business, because how these frameworks operate is you negotiate tariff liberalization according to chapters or product specific. So you may find that there is a chapter or product HS code that is within the Africa Continental area, which is not necessarily within the tripartite free trade area. So that requires the technical exercise, and we can assist you in doing that in your areas of line, in your areas of work. We did a session with the South African domestic appliances guys, your fridge movers and whatnot. And we were able to showcase to them that this particular framework gives you benefits. Oh, with this, all right. Sorry, let me wrap this up in 2-3 minutes. So when trading as a South African, we are still applying the SADC trade protocol within the SADC market. We only apply the AFCFTA outside of the SADC market. So there has to be that distinction. This gives a picture of the countries within the AFCFTA that have signed the agreement. Only one country didn't, Eritrea, and few countries have not yet ratified, but I think we are almost close to completion with all other member states. I'm going to pass this. You will have this presentation for you to consume. This is not interesting. Progressive elimination of tariffs. We have I think by 2030, 90% of goods must be zero rated. Then the 10% negotiations on the remaining 10% is to start, I think, sometime next month, September, where the 10% will be divided either in 7%. 7% would be sensitive products. In those industries where we feel that our country is not yet ready to liberalize on this 7% products, but we are going to liberalize over a prolonged period of time. Instead of 10 years, we're going to liberalize in 13 years, for example. But eventually, it will be 97% tariff liberalization, which would be zero rated, and only 3% would be exclusive. So we are not touching those at all.
I'm not going to get into rules of origin conversations. There are conversations in the auto space and clothing and textile which have not yet been agreed upon. So it's going to provide challenges for industries in the event that we do not have finalization in as far as those discussions are concerned. Here again, I'm passing this theory, this one. This picture would give you a sense of the potential opportunity that remains untapped. And addressing all those things that I've spoken about, we can then become the new version of China and the UAE with those aspirations. I tried to speak of value chains here. And one key element that we are encouraging now is the creation of regional value chains. I think the aspect of isolated manufacturing prospects are no longer, so to say, beneficial. So we're trying to look at a sense where we can have regional value addition products from South Africa, value added in Namibia, and so as to be able to incorporate the entire value chain into the global supply chains as well. So this speaks of potential value chains and automotives, leather and textile, cocoa products, and so on and so forth. And you see this through your conversation. Prof spoke about this quickly. The high growth regions, West and East African economies are likely to grow double digits. 13% in West Africa, 15% in East Africa. However, the Southern African region remains a significant port of where intra-regional activities will be dominated. Private sector participation, the AfCFTA has a private sector portal where you can link in to connect. I think this is intended to make sure that there's conversations happening between private sector across the board. A link is there for you then to look into that and try to connect with other companies from the rest of the continent. Annually, there's a business forum that the AfCFTA Secretariat hosts. The inaugural business forum happened in South Africa last year in Cape Town. This year, the business forum will be happening in Rwanda, October. Yes. And also the DTIC, we have undertaken several road shows, and we still remain open to have one-on-one conversations with you to assist you in the process of tapping into these opportunities that are available. This I'm gonna skip. And with that, I apologize for taking too much of your time, and thank you ever so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, isn't it exciting presentations we're seeing today? And we're learning a lot. Tabang, thank you so much for also looking at opportunities in the way forward. And surely we must make this after work for all of us in this region. So thank you very much for this. We're seeing nice questions coming up also in the chat room there. So in the panel discussion, we'll have nice discussions. So ladies and gents, what we're going to do now is we're going to take a very short break. We have to catch up a little bit of time. Just bring up the program here. Right, so we're going to take it, let's make it a 10 minutes break. But I'm going to ask from you kindly go and get your coffee and tea and so on, and come back to your seats and let's be able to start again as soon as possible. So let's take that 10 minutes break, and I'll see you back here at, say, about 20 past 11. Thank you very much. Just for the online people, let's go and have a look what's happening outdoors. Yeah, the tea area. Encourage the people online that they in future attend in person to see what they're missing out on. Eric, finding you.
Thanks. Thank you, Harry. Thank you very much. Well done.
Morning, how are you? Good.
So here is Nelly. She always helps us also at the Transport Forum. Thank you very much, Nelly, for your help. And here's Rashina. She is always assisting a lot in putting these events together. Thank you, Rashina, for all your help. Lots of networking taking place here. Ladies and gents, we need to start again, so please take up your seats. Thank you. All right, let's take up our seats. We need to start. Thank you. So, as you can see, we've put up the Zoom screen at the front here so that we can see our online presenters. So we're going to have a presentation, online presentation now, and then after that, we're going to have Louise, and then thereafter, we're going to have Dr. Ify Ogo from Ghana. So, Jan, can I have the program, please? There we go. So, ladies and gents, we're continuing our great session. Our next presenter said he's going to present online then as Mr. Tetiwe Jika, Manager Policy and Planning for Cross-Border Road Transport Agency. He's going to talk about transition from quantity regulation to quality regulation in the cross-border road transport industry. Thank you very much, Tetiwe. You're welcome to switch on your camera, unmute, and present to us. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's actually Miss Tetiwe Jiga, and I'm from the Cross-Border Road Transport Agency, as mentioned. I'm going to be doing a very quick presentation on the transition from quantity to quality regulation from the cross-border perspective. I'm going to quickly just share my presentation now. Or will you share from your side, Harry?
No, please share. I can, but try and share. Let's see. It's better that you share yourself.
Okay. Please let me know if you can see.
Apologies for the miss.
It's no problem. I hope you can see my presentation.
We can see it. We can see it. We can just go to slide mode.
Okay, as mentioned, I'm Tetiwe Jika from the Regulatory Services at CBRTA. I'm going to be taking you through a presentation on the transition from quantity to quality regulation in the cross-border road transport industry. The outline of my presentation, I'm going to touch a bit on our legislative mandate as the CBRTA, and also just the core functions of the agency. I'm just going to quickly introduce who we are, what our main functions are, and I think most of us here know the CBRTA, but just a quick reminder of who we are. I'm going to touch on our status quo, which is how we're currently regulating. And then I'm going to also talk to the distinction between quantity regulation and quality regulation. I'm going to touch on why we need to transition to quality regulation, touch on the development in the SADC region, the key components of quality regulation. I'm also going to speak on the implementation process of quality regulation and also the benefits of implementing quality regulation. I'm gonna just one slide on the tools that we are using for implementing quality regulation from the CBRTA perspective. So in terms of our legislative mandate, the CBRTA was established in terms of Section 4 of the Cross-Border Road Transport Act, and we are given the mandate to facilitate the unimpeded flow of cross-border movement. So CBRTA was created to regulate the commercial cross-border road transport industry, and in regulating that, we are mandated to facilitate unimpeded flow of cross-border movements. We are also tasked with liberalizing market access, specifically when it comes to freight movements. We are tasked also with regulating competition to balance supply and demand, particularly in the passenger space. We are tasked with reducing operational constraints and addressing corridor bottlenecks, also strengthening public sector capacity. The CBRT is also mandated to empower the cross-border road transport operators to maximize business opportunities. And then in terms of our core functions, we are implementing our mandates by doing these 4 functions. Firstly, as I said, we are established to regulate the commercial cross-border road transport. We are regulating this through issuing permits to commercial cross-border operators. We have a function of law enforcement. The law enforcement function monitors operator compliance or adherence to the law. So we have an establishing legislation, which is the Cross-Border Road Transport Act, and linked to that, we issue permits to operators. But once you issue an authority, you need to have a measure of compliance. You need to ensure that people are complying. Hence, we have a leg there that deals with law enforcement, which monitors compliance to the Act and permit conditions. We have a function according to our Act for facilitation here. This function is tasked with developing partnership with SADC counterparts and fostering positive relationship with other stakeholders within the cross-border road transport value chain. We have a function of advisory. So the function of advisory is mainly tasked with advising the Minister of Transport on regional imperatives or challenges that are experienced within the cross-border market. So here, the advisory function is basically responsible for doing research and checking on developments within the region, and then advising the Minister of Transport and the agency on new developments and how we can improve the way we regulate. So in terms of the status quo, here we are just touching on how we are currently regulating the cross-border road transport market. As mentioned, we are doing this through permit administration, where we issue permits to cross-border operators or commercial cross-border operators that are transporting freight or passengers. So this is based on the provisions of the Cross-Border Road Transport Act, and then it requires us to issue or it gives the regulatory committee powers to issue permits to operators based on the documents that they would have submitted. Applications are then need to be published in the government gazette for interested parties. We also have a process of referrals. So when an application is received, we then have to refer it to the member state on the other side to have a comment on that application. We also need to refer it to municipalities where that transport is emanating from. And then once we've received concurrence, it's then that the regulatory committee will issue that permit. The permits are route restricted, so that you can an operator can only have one pickup and one drop off, especially in the passenger environment, where an operator is supposed to be picking up passengers from a specific rank using a specific border post to a specific rank at the other side. But for freight operators, they are allowed to have multiple pickup points within South Africa, and they are allowed to use a multiple commercial border post, and also in terms of dropping off or on the other side. We are doing this based on bilateral agreements. We have bilateral agreements that with Malawi, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, and Zambia. So the Cross-Border Act empowers the Minister of Transport to enter into bilateral agreements in order to assist with mutual recognition of permits. So if an operator is picking up in South Africa, dropping in in Mozambique, they would be issued with a permit from the CBRTA, and authorities in Mozambique will be required to recognize that permit as stipulated in the bilateral agreements. But we also have other multilateral agreements, which include the SADC protocol and also the SACU MOU, which deals with issues of transport as well on the SADC protocol, chapter 5 of it. And then we also permits are issued per vehicle. So the vehicle has to be licensed and roadworthy. Our system is linked to the INATIS system, which checks the roadworthiness of a vehicle. So we also, an operator that's doing commercial cross-border road transport has to have a permit and a face value document in the vehicle when they're doing transportation. So in terms of the distinction between quantity and quality regulation, so for quantity regulation is based on the control or limit of numbers of transport permits. So we based on what we agree with the member states, we have limits on the number of permits that we can issue, especially in the passenger market, the number of permits that we can issue or vehicles that are allowed to operate on a specific route. With freight is slightly different because the markets then determine the number of permits that are needed, because from a cross-border perspective, we only grant a permit to ensure that you're allowed to cross the border, but an operator would have an existing contract with a mine or with whatever company to transport their consignment. So we don't necessarily limit the numbers there. So if an operator meets the requirements based on the document submitted, then we would issue that permit. So in terms of quality regulation, and this is the direction that we are looking to go or to transition to, it involves setting and enforcing of standards related to the performance, the safety, and service quality of a transport operator. So now when we adjudicate on permit application, it will not just be based on document submission, but we will also need to be assured on the performance and the safety of operations. So the quality regulation ensures that transport services meet a certain criteria for reliability, most importantly, safety, because as a regulator, we need to be a responsible regulator, ensuring that the operators that we've licensed to take people or goods across the borders have specific standards of safety that they implement in their operations. And we just want to move away from just issuing based on numbers. So now we move to the need to transition. Why do we need to move, or why have we identified the need to transition from quantity to quality? Is that we believe that by transitioning to quality regulation, we'll now focus more on performance standards and service quality. And we believe that that would lead to the efficiency of transport operations. And then we want to ensure that we improve safety and security of transport operations. And this is a very important function which the department has placed upon us to ensure that as we are licensing operators, there's safety and security of the passengers, safety of the goods, but also there's security. So here we intend by implementing quality regulation, reduce the risk of accidents, illegal operations, because we would have the operators would have proven to us that they have procedures and processes that are in place to ensure that they are dealing with issues of safety, issues of security. We believe that if operators comply to certain specific standards, and that will improve their efficiency, it will improve their reliability, and in turn, in the long run, then it will also assist in economic growth, because operators would be moving freight and passengers in a more efficient way across the borders. And then we also believe that we need to transition because now we want to focus on if the operators will now need to meet expectations of various stakeholders, and that would then lead to stakeholder satisfaction. And at the core of quality regulation, we intend to rely or leverage on the use of technology in regulating the space, where now we would just enhance the transparency of transport operations. So at any point en route, we would know where a licensed operator is at, and if there's any non-compliance, it can be dealt with there and then. We are doing this also to harmonize the standards within the tripartite free trade area. And I think in the previous presentation, they touched a bit on the tripartite free trade area. So the tripartite has implemented a program, which is the Tripartite Transport and Transit Facilitation Program, which ensures that member states are now transition from quantity to quality regulation, and to ensure that we have harmonized standards within the tripartite that will assist us to improve trade facilitation within the tripartite. I'm going to speak a bit on the developments that are happening in the SADC region, and I think I've touched a bit on it on the previous slide, where I said the tripartite has now developed a program which is called the Tripartite Transport and Trade Facilitation Program, which is aimed at transitioning the regulation of cross-border road transport operation from quantity to quality regulation. And they are doing this with the aim of harmonizing regulatory systems within the tripartite, and also ensuring that we improve the competitiveness of transport markets, where transport operators will now compete on efficiency, reliability, and safety. We are doing this also to ensure that we support the efficient movement of passengers. We improve trade facilitation and economic development. Also linked to this program, there's a multilateral cross-border road transport agreement that has been signed by the participating member states. And linked to that agreement, there's a number of model laws that were developed to guide member states on how we can review our domestic road transport policies and legislations. So the one model law that's specific to our industry, the cross-border road transport industry, is the cross-border road transport model law, which serves as a guide on things that we need to look at when we are regulating the cross-border road transport market. Just to mention that the CBRTA is now in the process of reviewing our act, the Cross-Border Road Transport Act, in order to align with the provisions of this model law, which speaks to issues of quality regulation. So now, as the regulatory authorities like the CBRTA, who are part of or who are signatories to the multilateral cross-border agreement, need to review their legislative framework, and we are also in the process of doing that to ensure that we have provisions that speak to or that are aligned to the cross-border road transport model law. So in terms of the key components that we're going to be focusing on when we are moving into quality regulation, so we're going to be focusing, or one component of it includes the transport operator registration, where we will be ensuring that all transport operators that are doing cross-border road transport are registered with the CBRTA. So we'll not just leave it at registering the operators, but we'll also register their drivers so that at any point we know that this driver is doing cross-border road transport and they are licensed and they have the proper certification to drive cross-border vehicles. We'll be also registering the vehicles that are doing cross-border to ensure that the vehicles are safe for cross-border road transport. We'll be registering the depots where cross-border operations is taking place, so that we know at any point if we need an operator, this is where we will find them. Will be another component here will be vehicle fitness, and I think I've mentioned that at the core of quality regulation, we want to ensure safety. So at any point, we want to ensure that all the vehicles that are doing cross-border transportation, the vehicles are roadworthy and safe for passengers, safe for freight to be moved across the border using those vehicles. So we'll register them and also ensure that we regularly inspect them for fitness or roadworthiness. And also another component is the driver training and licensing. As I mentioned before, when we register these drivers, we want to ensure that they are licensed to drive commercial vehicles. And also the issue of training is quite important. And training will not be just limited to the transportation itself or the driving itself, but also to other requirements that are needed as drivers are going across the border, and also what they need, the processes at the border, including customs and all of that. And then we're going to be setting up a set of standards that will be enforced to ensure that operations are safe and they comply to environmental standards and service quality. So in the cross-border road transport industry, as I mentioned, we are established in terms of the Cross-Border Act, and with that, it has a specific responsibilities that operators need to comply with. And then if operators are not complying, we have law enforcement. So we'll also be developing a points demerit system that's linked specifically to the cross-border road transport. And I think that this one is a bit of a tricky one, considering the developments with ARTO, but it will be a separate system that will specifically deal with cross-border operators. And then there will be a dispute resolution mechanism. So with all the standards that will be enforcing from the CBRTA perspective, operators, if they're not happy with anything that the regulator will be doing, there'll be a mechanism to resolve disputes. And then we want to harmonize regulations or standards within the region or the tripartite. In terms of the implementation process and some of these steps, we are already at a very advanced stages of implementing them. Assessment and planning, that's the first step, is to assess the existing quality-based regulations. As I said, we have evaluated and assessed our existing legislation, and we've noted that there's gaps that are still speaking to issues of quantity instead of quality. So we are in the process of amending those, and we are also setting objectives as to how we will achieve quality regulation in the cross-border space, specifically focusing on safety, focusing on efficiency, and ensuring that there's quality operations. The next step then will speak to stakeholder engagement. We've had a number of engagements with a number of stakeholders, including our key stakeholders who are our operators and stuff, focusing on the specific operating standards that they need to comply with currently. We're also engaging other regulators or other government entities, including SARS and the BMA, as to how we can collaborate and ensure that we improve compliance, efficiency, and safety of cross-border operations. And how we can basically encourage operators to and now implement quality standards in how they do cross-border transportation. And then the next step, then it will be looking at the regulatory frameworks. So in terms of the regulatory frameworks, I think I've spoken to that a lot, where we are saying we are now reviewing our legislative framework in order to align it to the provisions that are set up by the tripartite through the cross-border road transport model law, and also to align with the move to harmonize standards within the region or the tripartite. Also, we capacity building, we are implementing a number of training programs, but for now we are focusing on transport operators. But in future, we also need to do a lot of training for the drivers as well. We have done a few trainings or capacity building sessions with other regulators in the cross-border space. And then technology integration. I think to implement this, we want to rely on or leverage on the use of technology instead of having to have paper-based systems. We are now developing a digital system that we intend to my battery. We intend to integrate with other systems. We're already now integrated with the CIPC to ensure that companies that we license are existing companies and they are compliant. We are integrated with the Department of Home Affairs in terms of the population register. We intend to collaborate and integrate with SARS as well in terms of compliance, customs compliance. We are now integrated in terms of tax compliance for operators, but we want to go above that to ensure that there's customs compliance. Implementation and monitoring, we are not at the space where we are implementing, but we will be as soon as our regulatory frameworks have been approved, and then we'll now move into implementation, but we are now at a phase where we are piloting. And then from the pilots, we will ensure that we check and we enforce, and we check for compliance. So what are the benefits that are linked to quality regulation? From our perspective, we believe that if we implement quality regulation, we're going to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of transport operations. We're going to enhance safety and security because there will be set standards that operators need to comply with. We believe that there will be better compliance with international standards and regulations. We also believe that there will be increased competitiveness and service quality. So now, how are we going to be implementing this? We're going to be using a tool that is called the Operator Compliance Accreditation System. So this tool is an intelligent risk-based tool that the CBRTA is using in order to regulate cross-border road transport operators. So this will be a system. Oh.
Chitiwe, can you hear us? Is it a wow battery? Yeah. Let's give her a few moments. Maybe she will link up again. Jan, you will keep an eye there if she comes in. She obviously needs not to boot up and everything. Maybe what we can do is we can have Louise presenting, and then should Titiwe come up, then we can have her then after Louise to finalize her presentation. All right, Jan, if you can give me the program, please. Ladies and gents, so while we're waiting for Tiwe to reboot, we're going to have Louise Bridget. She's the Chief Executive Officer of Global Trade Solution, and she's going to talk to us about Guided Trade Initiative under the EFTA and the successes achieved. Thank you very much, Louise. Is she coming back? Louise, let's have it to Tiwe. Sorry, let's have to Tiwe then. Tiwe, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Apologies for that. I think I was on my last slide.
Okay, so you're welcome to share it and just then finalize your presentation. Thank you.
I was just talking about the tool that we'll be using to implement quality regulation. The tool is called the Operator Compliance Accreditation System, which is a system for implementing quality regulation. The system will comprise of quality regulation criteria where we will be registering our operators. It will include a module that will be doing operator auditing, and then from there, we'll be accrediting our operators in terms of compliance levels. And based on the compliance levels, then we will be in a space where we negotiate benefits for most compliant operators with other regulatory entities or government entities. Just to mention here, speaking of the benefits that we'll negotiate for our operators, this financial year, we implemented a joint pilot with SARS at the Skilpad border post, and before then we implemented another pilot at Lebombo border post, where operators were accredited on the AEO side from SARS, and then operators were accredited on the AUKUS side from the CBRTA perspective, and those compliant operators were facilitated quicker en route and also at the border post. So those are the type of benefits that we intend to give our operators if they can demonstrate the level of compliance in terms of our requirements or the criteria. The system will also have a module for profiling the operators in terms of a risk. And then I think I've spoken to issues of harmonization and improving compliance. In conclusion, we are saying that transitioning to quality regulation is crucial for the future of cross-border road transport industry for several reasons, but most importantly, to enhance safety. So quality regulation ensures that vehicles and drivers meet high safety standards. We're also saying that it's crucial for ensuring efficiency. So by standardizing procedures and requirements, we minimize delays and disruptions in the cross-border road transport industry. It's also important or it's crucial for harmonization in the cross-border market. I spoke about the developments that are happening with the tripartite. So in order to harmonize with or to align with what other countries are doing, it's important for us as a country to also transition or to change the way we regulate. It also, we believe that it will encourage adoption to new technologies, because now operators will be forced to meet specific standards. So in order to ensure that they meet those standards, they will adopt new technologies as well. Thank you so much. That brings me to the end of my presentation.
Debbie, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give her a good hand for excellent presentation. Thank you so much for sharing the important transition that needs to take place in our industry and the important role that CBRTA is playing in this field. And all the best with the tools and the implementation of this. Hopefully will be available with the panel discussions that we can still engage with you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Right, Jan, if you can go full screen again and give me the program. Ladies and gentlemen, let's do it again now. So now our next presenter is Louise Widget. She's the Chief Executive Officer of Global Trade Solution. She's going to talk about Guided Trade Initiative under the African Continental Free Trade Agreement and the successes achieved. Thank you, Louise.
Thank you, Harry. I think I was announced 3 times. So do you guys know who I am now? Are you sure? Must I repeat it again for you? So thank you, Harry. As always, it's a pleasure to be here with the Transport Forum. I'm a bit scared because I'm following in the footsteps of some mighty speakers. And I want to take the opportunity to ask everybody just to stand up. Let's see how compliant you are. And to shake your booty a little bit to get some fresh air into you. And then you can sit down. And you can also say hello to whoever is sitting next to you if I haven't done that already. we call that a group hug. And you can see I haven't got the real African beat. I'm still trying to get there. But some of my lady friends are teaching me. I'm slowly getting the rhythm and getting the dance right. So I want to talk a little bit, and it was great that we had some introduction and some very informative information around AFTA. We know the dream is there, and when we were asked, Tabang, to put our hands up who's over 55, I'm glad you didn't ask who's over 60, because I'm not sure how many hands were going to go up. But I remain positive and full of hope, because I believe that the approach being followed by the African Continental Free Trade Agreement is the future. Some of the statistics should have been staggering for you if you look at what market we've got on this continent. It is actually amazing. We've got an incredible market right in our doorstep. We don't have to take things to Europe or to Australia or America. We can just take it around the corner. And I think that is where I want to start with what is the, how did we start with the Guided Trade Initiative? You'll note that it's GTI. We love in this environment to bring acronyms in, because then we look very clever and nobody understands what we're talking about. So this is really quite a level down from the policy or the information shared before, because this is now where the wheels are starting to hit the tar. So in order to get the operational phase of AFTA started, the requirements was that there would be 5 key instruments. Tabang referred to the rules of origin. We all know that this is still work in progress, but some very good progress has been made, and there is actually trade happening. Can you believe it? A lot of people say, but nothing is happening. It is actually happening. The tariff concessions, very proudly, you can go to the AFTA website, have a look. They've got an e-tariff solution published on the website that gives you all the step-down duties that you can pay and the year that it is applicable to. So if you really want to get information, you can go to that site. And it's with great pleasure that I can say that site is proudly South African. So please go and have a look. There's a lot of information there. The rules of origin is also going to be published in the near future. The idea is really to make it a one-stop shop where you can get everything. The online mechanism on monitoring the non-tariff barriers, we know there is a technology platform that's been launched where you can actually go and log these non-trade barriers. I cannot comment on how effective it has been in terms of the resolution. I logged one 2 years ago and I've yet to have it resolved. So that's work in progress. One of the things, and actually an article was published around the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, another acronym just to show I'm cool, PAPS. So this is really to facilitate payment on time and in full. This is also a technology solution that was developed under the auspices of AFTA. And this is one that I'm quite positive about because we know how we struggle to get payments done in Africa. And this is, again, a proudly African product that's been developed and unfortunately is not being used a lot. So I think this is something that we collectively can look at and start using it and give feedback as well. And then obviously the African Trade Observatory is another portal where there is information being made available. That's also up and running. So all 5 of these pillars and key instruments are actually available and they are running. So what happened after that? The Secretariat had to get a way to get trade to flow. We've been talking a long time. We now want to get stuff done. So they conceptualized the Guided Trade Initiative in February 2022, and it was actually an interim solution to start trade under the AFTA agreement. It sounds very simple, but there was no trade flowing for a very long time. So they wanted to see from an operational, institutional, legal and trade policy perspective if what they think is there is actually going to work. And the AFTA Secretariat also formed an ad hoc committee on the Guided Trade Initiative, and they're very, very active. I can really say we deal with them a lot, and they really help you. And what they also recommended is that national ad hoc committees need to be established in each of the countries. So how did this all start? 7 state parties, and please note it's not countries. When you talk AFTA, whole new vocabulary that you must get used to. Countries are actually state parties here. It took me a while to get used to that. So it was Cameroon, Egypt, Ghana, Kenya, Mauritius, Rwanda, and Tanzania. And then Tunisia also joined. Those countries were first. They put their hand up and they said, we're going to start trading. And trade happened very, very quickly after that. They limited the amount of products, and this is in line with what Tabang mentioned about value chain development. So there were certain products that they highlighted. This slide will be shared. You can have a look at it. Very importantly was things like tea and coffee, processed meat, dried fruit, which would have been of interest to South Africa. And Ghana actually started Ghana and Kenya started with tea and coffee between themselves. Then there were dried fruit, frozen meat, and also ceramics and that trade actually happened, which was an amazing initiative and really said, now the people can stop talking about it, it has happened. And then suddenly it exploded. So on the 30th of October last year, 31 other countries joined the Guided Trade Initiative concept, and very gladly I can say that South Africa also joined. So there's a whole host of other countries that joined this initiative. Nigeria has been particularly active in promoting it. And also the second thing that they did is they expanded the product range to include more products. Now, one would ask, why did they limit the products? Twofold. They wanted to ensure that they could focus. You know, it's very difficult. There's a very wide product range and a very big tariff book to deal with. So they were focusing on the areas where all the rules and regulations had been finalized, the step-down duties had been done, and trade could be facilitated. We do know that the automotive and textile industries are still problematic, not just from a South African perspective, but on the continent. So those were not included in, although fabric fabric were. So we are trading, can you believe it? Some of the notable challenges, and it actually underscores what Prof also said, when they started, there were a whole host of problems that suddenly came to fore. People didn't understand what import and exports meant. Some companies thought, sure, if I now export under AFTA, I'm immediately zero rated. Companies didn't realize that it's stepped down. Please also note we're now in year 4 of the step down duty. So when you look at the e-tariff book, you can look at year 4 and you'll see we started, say, 20%. It went to 15, 10, and it's probably now on 5%. So please have a look at that. Delays in obtaining AFTA certificates. And here I'm going to beat the digitalization drum. I am really, and I'm looking at DTI, going to be unhappy if we are going to go from a South African perspective with manual paper. Currently, probably one of the banes of our lives is the SADC certificates for any of you that are in trade. It is an absolute non-trade barrier. And if we're going to just take that and implement that with the AFTA certificates, it's really going to be a big disappointment. So I'm making an appeal here. See, I'm even a politician. My titles are changing. So we need to digitize the certificates of origin. Some of the participating companies were very small companies. They struggled, very high compliance costs, high storage costs, and then, as always, challenges with obtaining funding. So I'm going to go through this in a bit more detail around lessons learned. Funny enough, there was Rwanda Mountain Tea Limited, a female-led company. It's Women's Month. Sorry, I haven't got my Barbie outfit on today. Next time I'll do it for you. So Rwanda Mountain Tea jumped on this bandwagon and started exporting. They did 4 export orders and fairly big orders, literally within the space of 2 months. And they have continued to export. Really one of the big success stories, female-led business. Her business has quadrupled. She is now really more literate in terms of export activities. But then people said, oh, but she's kind of taking an opportunity and kind of, this is not fair. So, which was quite a funny reaction. But really, this is one of the success stories. Transport and logistics, Prof, when are we going to get it right? And I think, Duncan, you also touched on it. We're going to have to get our road infrastructure correct in order to move the goods. It is a big problem. And also the cost related with road and freight cost really was quite a detriment for these companies, because most of the companies were smaller, either youth or women-led companies that participated. But what was very successful was, for example, the government of Rwanda and Cameroon realized that there is a problem here, and they then organized direct air transfer of the goods at reduced rates. So that's a practical example of where governments can step in and assist these companies just to bridge that gap. We all know your first 10 export orders is manic. Your margins are probably negative, but then once you get into the rhythm, you start getting it right, then the margins grow. So I think that's a very good example of interventions that was done to support this process. National institutional framework, and here again, I'm asking DTIC, and it was very good to hear. The national committee that needs to support this process is at the moment imminently going to be launched in South Africa. So that is a fantastic update that I can give you, because in the countries where it's really worked well, these national institutional frameworks were very strong. And then, funny enough, the diplomatic commercial presence. So you know that we've got embassies, and there's the diplomat that must talk the politics, and then there is normally a commercial attaché. They worked very well in terms of linking the businesses up, and that we can also leverage. South Africa has got a very strong ambassadorial presence in Africa and across the globe. I don't know if any of you knew that there is commercial attachés there, and that is their job, that they must help you. If you don't know who is potential people that you can do business with, they should be able to get you in touch and assist you with that. And I know from experience, having gone to trade shows across the globe, it's very difficult. Sometimes there's language barrier. You know, you've got a specific product that people don't know about. If you've got something innovative, reach out to these ambassadors and they will assist you. Limited awareness about how AFTA is working. And I think that's one of the areas that once we've got our national committee up and running, we do need to go on a very aggressive campaign of capacity building and training and awareness creation, because for each and every person, and especially I want to appeal the small, medium, youth, women operators, this is a huge opportunity for you. And if we can empower you and enable you and give you the knowledge, this is where you should go. Very importantly, when you're dealing with other countries, very often people don't know what the tax structures are, what the rules and regulations are. Again, go to the online portals. It will tell you if you, for example, are taking beef from South Africa into Zambia, that is the regulations, and make sure that you do comply with those regulations. So those were really the lessons learned. As I said, please, can we go digital? Going manual? No ways. I might be old, but I can still throw a tantrum, so watch it. And very, very importantly is that we create an enabling environment. We start getting the message out there. We do the capacity building. We create a help desk, and we try and help in that manner. So the eligibility requirements to participate in GTI, I'm just going to touch on. You must be a state party, as I said. South Africa is a state party. You must have your provisional schedules of tariff concessions published. South Africa has done that. The publication of the schedule should be online. They are available online. We need to establish our ad hoc or standing AFTA coordinating committee, as I said, fresh, hot off the press. We hope either before the end of the year or early next year, that will be up and running, and willingness to mobilize. So it's incumbent on all of us, both from an academic side and also from the private sector, that we spread the message. The next step, designated customs authorities, that's not been done. And then the notification, that has also not been done, because this is a cascading thing. And you can't go from step 1 to step 7 unless you go through all the other steps. So South Africa is partially there. We have actually done our first trade under the AFTA agreement in February, if I remember correctly. It was a very limited pilot because it was announced by the president, and they approached limited companies to do some trade. So it has happened, but it has not been sustainable, unfortunately. In conclusion, on the ground experiences of a number of companies, DP World, Coca-Cola, Menzies, quite a lot of companies have shown that there is huge, huge benefits. Volkswagen, for example, you know that they are very big in South Africa. They've invested heavily also in Rwanda. The first strategy that has really worked for all of these companies is to use local partnerships. And I think an important thing that we as Africans need to learn, we need to start talking to each other. I think the analogy that you used, when you negotiate, you cannot negotiate as Zambia or as South Africa. We sit within SACU. We need to start working within our regional economic bodies. The East African community, for me, is a sterling example of how they can work together. They've had immense success within that region. I know, I'm giving my age away now, Duncan. Mombasa port was probably the most congested port. I think containers there went missing on a daily basis. Now, with the new technology and the new processes that they've implemented, AEO, smart seals, all of those, there is no containers that go missing. You can actually go and stand in front of a big screen now and say, tell me where my vehicle with my container is right now. And they do it online. and just there. So very important local partnership with government, local institutions, also universities. There's a huge amount of talent and need sitting in universities. And how often do we use that? Not only for research, but also if we need information gathering, that's their domain and they actually like doing it. I don't like doing it. There's a shake of the head, they don't mind, and they love it. And it also gives the opportunity for the students to get some practical experience and really get their hands dirty, that they don't, when they finish, go out into the wild world and say, oh, is that a photostat machine? I don't know how to operate it. So the second strategy is really trade acceleration, investing in local infrastructure and logistics. Again, EAC, a very good example. They have built roads. There's bridges there that are awe-inspiring. They built the railway line from Mombasa Port to Nairobi. They're running the containers. They've taken them off-road onto the rail, which has been a really good success story. The only problem was they didn't realize there's going to be so many containers, so the endpoint where they must park them is now a little bit congested, but they are working on that. Is to use synergies of multiple projects. So don't just go and do one thing. Look how you can broaden your approach and your presence in the country. So in conclusion, it is a good news story. There is trade happening. The opportunity is there for you. And once our national committee is established and the regulations are published, we can all go, 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 go. So thank you very much. Thanks, Harry.
Ladies and gents, yet another great presentation, and we've learned a lot, Louise. This trade initiative so important to bring about the AFCA, to kick it off, I would say. And we're looking forward to following these initiatives and to see what's going to happen. Thank you so much for sharing. And I'm quite sure they will enjoy talking to you in the panel discussion just now. So ladies and gents, looking at our program quickly. All right, so now the next presenter, and we're very thankful that she's been hanging online all the time because we're running a little bit over time. It's Dr. Ife Ogo. She's the Trade and Investment Advisor, and she's presenting all the way from Ghana. Louise just mentioned Ghana as one of the countries, and she's going to talk about market access opportunities and potential implications for the transport industry. Thank you very much, Dr. Ogo. You're welcome to switch on your camera, unmute, and share your screen. Thank you so much.
Right. Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Right.
Yes, we
would
can.
like to, okay, I'd like to start by saying that I did try to negotiate with the organizers to say that there was no need for me to present at the end, that there would be presentation fatigue. And now I also see that I should have said that everything I was about to say would be covered. So, but here we are. But no, first thanks to the other presenters. In a past life at the Economic Commission for Africa, I was involved with the AFCFTA negotiations with the member states at the time. And so it's very interesting for me to hear about the AFCFTA from the private sector, from regulators, and to see how much goodwill there is for it now, and to also hear from a different perspective. So that has actually been quite interesting for me. So it wasn't at all hard to stay online, but it was quite a learning experience. So since I've come at the very tail end, I'm just going to go through very quickly what I think are some implications for all of the things that we've discussed here today. Certainly changing times. And I'm just going to throw out some questions that I think we can then talk about at the end. So to save bandwidth, I'm going to turn off my video. So I was asked to speak about regional integration and market access opportunities and implications for transport. Now, so I'm going to take us all the way back to thinking about regional integration in itself. We've talked about the AFCFTA, we've talked about some of the regional trade agreements, and just say, so we'll go back a bit more broadly to the very ideas and how they function. And then we'll think a bit more about the context in which we're approaching regional integration in Africa today. So the first thing I'd like to start by saying is that market access is a key feature of regional integration in Africa. If you think about the very first REX, which was with ECOWAS, it started in 1979. Sorry, by REX, I mean Regional Economic Community, which were the grouping started by the countries in Africa to say, look, well, we're going to create our own markets because neighbors trade with themselves. And so the idea was that, okay, we need to begin to create all of these blocks and then which would eventually build up to the AFCFTA. And so as has been said, we like to use terms, and the term for this is the REC. So the first REC was in 1979 with ECOWAS. And that started actually as a freedom of people REC because ECOWAS considers itself a community of peoples. And so they progressed after a few years into what is now the ECOWAS market. We had what is now COMESA starting in 1981, and a few other RECs came after. I'm not going to get into the details of that. But the point to make here is that market access is the key feature or a key feature of regional integration in Africa, because the very premise of the RECs is the creation of a market. There are 8 RECs in Africa today recognized by the AU, the African Union. 5 of those are created on the basis of free trade agreements. So you see that the market is really the core of the thinking of those that create this. Within these markets, you find the typical components or the principles or pillars, however you want to think about them, are the movement of goods, the movement of services, the movement of capital, and in some cases, the movement of people. So as we just heard in the previous presentations about, how trade is negotiated in Africa, I'd like to highlight as well that within the AFCFTA negotiations, we actually had RECs negotiating on behalf of the member states. So with ECOWAS, there was one offer. With the East African community as well, there was one offer. With a Central African bloc as well, there was one offer. That's always not the case in SADC. That takes its own approach. But just to say that the REC approach is actually quite strong, not only for the internal market, but also negotiating external trade deals. And not only within Africa, there have also been cases where these RECs have also engaged in negotiations with the EU and with other trade partners on behalf of the countries. Right. But now that we say, okay, if creation of the market is core to how we integrate in Africa, also highlighting that integration in Africa is not only an economic objective, it is also political, it's also social, it is about identity as well. It is about, in a large part, trying to overcome some of what is thought of as the arbitrary lines created by the colonial experience. So this is, yes, it's important, but remember, it's supposed to take us to a broader objective. And for this, I will refer you to the Treaty of the African Economic Community in 91 that speaks about the broad range or the broad range of integration in Africa that is not only economic, but encompasses all spheres. But the issue to highlight here is that the context has changed. When these RECs were being created in the 70s and the 80s, it was a very different economic, political, technological context. Where we are today is that we're saying, one, I'm sorry, there's a plane going overhead, so you'll hear a little bit of noise. Just give me far from the. Sorry about that brief transmission. And so in terms of the macroeconomic context, we're looking at, if you look at the last 3-4 years, a lot of countries have reported rising inflation, and especially in the post-COVID context. There's also been a bit of concern around the rising public debt, in the sense that there was a shock with COVID and that affected debt and the capacity to repay in terms of payments. There's also been some discussion around the terms of debt that Africa takes, about even the ratings system by which African countries are assessed and what type of debt they're able to access or not access, and the terms of payment, the conduct of creditors as well. You might have seen in the news over the last few days that some countries, Nigeria and Ghana, in which their assets have been taken over by creditors. So, the climate has changed completely in that respect. We're also thinking about the COVID experience, which was a shock to the whole world. There was a health crisis that led to an economic crisis. And then what you then have is, sorry, excuse me. Sorry about that. What you then have is that the economic crisis led to the shortening of supply chains, led to trade being blocked, led to, we saw that with African countries that a lot of goods that were being sourced from some regions were not accessible. People were not able to access the goods because some sellers thought about their own markets first, and that was a jolt to say, okay, look, it's important that we think about our own lines, our own sufficiency. And if you remember, the AFCFTA at the height of COVID had just started. And so the idea was, okay, how can intra-African trade overcome some of these trade shocks that Africa absorbed at the time? Now, also within the global crisis context, there have been conflicts in Europe, or one conflict at least, that has affected the imports to Africa, imports of food, imports of fertilizer, right? And so again, it just says, while there is the African agenda, it is not separate, or it is not immune to what's happening outside of the continent. And so within this whole context of challenges economically and crises that are happening elsewhere or start elsewhere and affect Africa, there's also a whole global agenda and movement towards green transitions. And the idea here is that as the world goes greener, it's going to affect production and trade, because there has been an argument that a lot of Africa's traditionally traded products could be stranded as policies change, as opportunities change, as there's a bit more of a challenge to certain types of mining, to certain types of production, right? So on the one hand, while the markets may close for certain types of commodities, certain types of products, it may open for those that, for example, are in need for green cars, electric cars, and those type of things. So what's happening globally, again, affects what Africa can trade and what Africa can make. This holds true as well with the adoption of new technologies. In the last few years, we've all heard about AI and blockchain and robotics and all these types of things. You now see that robots are being deployed to construct roads, drones are being used to convey goods. All of these things will have an effect on how Africa trades, because as these things are adopted, there's going to be the question of what is more competitive, cost-wise, what is more efficient, what is quicker. And so a lot of these questions have not been answered, but they're important to bear in mind and say, as all of this is happening the world over, what are the implications for Africa? I'm not going to get into the AFCFTA because I think that has been well covered in previous presentations. And so I'm just going to share a few thoughts on implications for market access. First, and this has also been touched upon, there's potential increase in the demand for freight services. So the bulk of intra-African trade in goods, and I want to highlight in goods because a lot of the time we forget that there's trade in services and there's also trade in e-products. There's also intra-African investment, but a lot of intra-African trade is still in goods, but conveyed by road. And you see in the image on the left, in 20 years of the AFDBs, like they had a review and they saw that they'd worked on about 25 road corridors in Africa, and I'm sure a few of you have heard about the Trans-African Highway. RECs have all kinds of projects on the roads. Apart from the roads themselves, there are things like border markets, one-stop border posts. I'm sure you've seen all of this in your work, so I'm not going to get into those. There's beyond the roads, there's also an expectation that maritime freight will increase in Africa. There's a potential for this to increase quite a bit, double even, if with full implementation of the AFCFTA. And it's also good to highlight that if you look at initial trade under the AFCFTA GTI, you'll find that a lot of the countries have traded by sea. So apart from, say, Rwanda and a few others that have sent their goods by air cargo, you're thinking about Cameroon to Algeria, Kenya to Ghana, South Africa to Kenya. A lot of this trade has been conveyed by sea. I'm aware that there's every 3 months some goods go from Ghana to Kenya, and these go by sea. So there is real potential for maritime freight, not only on the continental routes, but also on the inland routes. Now, obviously, a lot more work has to go into researching and understanding capacity and opportunity, but there is the potential there. The other thing to highlight here is that as the dynamics of products change, the product basket changes in Africa, where you're thinking about what is actually being traded, because Africa's trade with the world when trading in goods is not necessarily representative of what Africa trades with itself. When Africa trades with the rest of the world, you're seeing a lot more commodities, a lot more primaries. But when Africa trades with itself, there's a lot more in terms of value-added goods. And so, if predominantly for maritime freight we have bulk shipping or liquids, or if the types of goods changes, then the types of vessels will have to change as well. And then beyond the maritime routes, we also need to think about the connections, land-wise, rail-wise, saying that, okay, if you're going to send goods from, say, a coastal East African country to one that is land-linked in West Africa, you're going to have to go by sea first and then go by road. So all of these things have to be borne in mind as we go through implementation of the AFCFTA and hopefully increase trade. Another potential increase or potential implication is the increase in demand for business and transport-specific services. Thinking through about how will the goods actually be distributed. So you're thinking about a need for more or new or expanded services, opportunities for franchises, distributors, for agents, for those kinds of services that would actually source and sell the goods and across Africa. You're thinking also about trade information services. Spend the last few months just talking to the businesses that trade in Africa, and there's a lot of I'm not entirely sure how to do this or that, because it's okay. I have an order from country A or B, but I'm not sure how to cost it, because I'm not sure how much it would cost to actually get the goods there. I'm not even sure what the routes are. I'm not sure what the options are to send the goods there. I'm not sure this or that. So there's a huge gap in trade information services that can be plugged. And then also for trade and how to facilitate that trade, there's an opportunity in thinking about compliance, in thinking about certification, in thinking about just even, how do you actually get your goods to be able to be traded in another part of the market. And of course, alongside this, there should be also an increase in the need for certain types of transport-specific services about like cargo handling, storage, warehousing, freight forwarding. All of those are sort of the not unseen hands, but the levers that pull this trade through. So that's another thing to highlight. And so I'm going to begin to end here and say, so how may we think about achieving this kind of expanded market access and as we continue to integrate? So I think there's scope to connect businesses to trade. And when we think about the African market, we think about it big a lot of the time and large, but they're huge and very important dynamics by sector, by type of good, by season, by who does what, by the terms, by the rules of that sector. There's a lot more room, and I can share a link to an article on this as to how we need to begin to think about disaggregating this sort of information such that businesses can actually say, okay, I can trade this or I cannot trade this. So to be able to trade in this, I need to be able to do ABC. There's also a huge need to connect businesses to trade information and trade facilitation services. A lot of the time, I hear that they're trying to do things on their own. A lot of these issues are specialized. And while there has been, a bit of work put in by the member states towards clarifying processes, towards clarifying rules, There are quite a few countries that have trade portals that have simplified their processes. For example, in some countries, you can apply for your certificates of origin online. It's almost automatic. A lot of work has gone into this, and to a large extent, these things work. But the issue is that trade is also a very highly specialized field, and there is need for service providers to be connected to those who are actually doing the trade. Bearing in mind as well that with the AFCFTA, the profiles of the trader is likely going to change a lot, in that if you have more SMEs trading, if you have new types of goods being traded, then these services also need to be built around this emerging type of African trader. And so, to close, what are the opportunities? There's a need for connection nodes for trade services to be connected. For example, can a freight forwarder in country A in one work with another in country B, such that if someone in Accra walks into an office or calls or goes online to the website of one freight forwarder here, he can also at the same time, he might or might not know it, be able to deal with a partner on the other side that will sort things out. There could be better connections around these services, the info, the facilitation. And, there's many ways around this. There's no prescription to say it should be the responsibility of actor A or actor B or actor C. It could be even a transport service trying to build this out as part of their offering. It could be someone else saying, okay, I'll link A to B. I'm not in any way trying to prescribe how this could happen. For example, myself, as part of my research work, I'm actually building a tech tool that just tries to even map what sorts of transport services there are on the continent, how much they cost, how long they take, because I found that traders would ask me this and I had no idea. So just even to be able to answer the questions, I've been going around the continent and just saying, look, do you run a bus service? Do you run rail? Do you run this? I'm just going to put it somewhere where even I can see that. But it's been quite a bit of effort and quite a bit of time. So, but in this is there is an opportunity for the service providers in this area to link, to connect, and then to be able to provide services to the African trader. So thanks very much, and I will stop here now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ibi Ogo. You're getting a great applaud here, and really appreciate sharing your knowledge with us and seeing the importance of collaboration and connecting the right people and opportunities to realize this. So thank you very much for sharing this with us. If you can kindly stay online, we're going to do the panel discussion now, and we would like Dr. Ogo and Tetiwe Jika to switch on your cameras and unmute yourselves so that we can spotlight your cameras. So together with the panelists in the audience that we can, do the panel discussion. We really appreciate that. So ladies and gents, just bear with us for a few seconds. We're going to just make a few changes here at the front and bring up some chairs so that our panelists can join us kindly here at the front. So that would be Louise Widget, and I think we have Duncan Bonnet and Tabang Mamaru, who can kindly share us here at the front. Prof. Nolene, I don't know if you want to share the panel discussion as well. Not on the stage. Okay. Okay, so we're going to quickly do the setup here at the front. Testing 1, 2. Right. We're just going to spotlight the 2 online panelists as well. So, ladies and gents, how we're going to do this is kindly, when you ask a question, you'll give me some time to approach you. So you'll put up your hand, I'll approach you with the camera and the microphone so that everybody can hear and see you online as well. When you ask a question, kindly identify yourself and keep it short. One question, let's keep it short. And you can address it to the panel as a whole or to one person in the panel. We'll take, say, 2 or 3 questions, and then we'll give the panelists the opportunity to respond. So can we have the first question for the panel? You've got Mike.
Thanks. Sorry, can I break the rules? I can ask 2 questions. One is, how important is political will in terms of making these things work? You know, are we getting to the stage now where common sense is starting to rule rather than, you know, the politics? That's the one question. And just to use the example that Louise mentioned, where I think it was Ghana stepped forward and started opening the door, you know, and showing the way, you know, while everybody was hiding under the bushes. Are we getting to the stage where all these rules and regulations and the infrastructure that have been put in place from a legal point of view, are they now at a stage where they're actually facilitating somebody stepping forward and showing the way where, you know, the rest of the sheep follows sort of soon after? Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Another question? Okay, there's one, take one here.
Thank you very much, sir. I've long been looking forward to having these ladies and gentlemen for lunch, and thank you for bringing them in front of us. Yeah, my name is Lawrence Mkwanas. My take on this is both a comment, you know, as well as a way forward from here. Quite a number of key indicators were shared with us. So bravo to that. And also the fact that we're seeing the key components to drive this forward mobility in the house. That is the institution of higher learning, as well as government and, you know, corporate in the house, which is very much, you know, important in terms of ensuring that we move away from the scenario of having very good solutions that are gathering dust, but that we find a way of getting this, you know, down to the level where implementation can actually take place. The different levels that we have are good, but we've got to cascade it down to the communities and the people that need this kind of information the most. Unfortunately, are not sitting in the, you know, corporate setup and also in the academic spaces. They are in the townships there, you know, we have got degrees, you know, from institutions of this nature, but that do not have anything to do with those, you know, degrees to give them, you know, livelihood. And now I'm coming there. Now, when you look at the opportunities that have been presented, more especially from the South African, you know, perspective as a gateway to the African continent, which has actually completely changed as we've heard here. and also look at, you know, the challenges that are actually, you know, opportunities that can be leveraged on and bring about positivity in the whole setup. So my question to the entire panel is that what difference are we going to bring about from here to ensure that we change the dynamics going forward? We engage with the people, you know, on the ground. We don't operate in silos. This is a very good thing that is actually happening. By the way, I'm in the financial services industry, and as a disclaimer, I'm also part of the 27-member Charter Council from the Department of Transport. I'm looking at the communities and civils to see to it that, you know, transformation does happen and it happens, you know, properly. So these are my colleagues. I'm quite happy that we are in one room. So yeah, in the nutshell, how do we change the narrative to ensure that, you know, on the ground, the things that do change? You know, we don't only speak at the high level and package things at the highest level that do not cascade to the ground.
Thank you for that. Can we take one more question? All right, let's take one more question and then we'll ask the panel to respond.
Good afternoon. The name is Kyle Francis. Just a short question is there a unified approach towards protecting African markets from goods and services that can be manufactured in the region? The reason I ask is, well, I'm sure some of you may be aware of how much of a threat China is to South Africa for finished goods. I mean, I recently ordered something on Temu, e-commerce platform, on a Sunday. It was shipped and delivered to me by the Thursday at half the price it is to buy something in the local shop here in South Africa. So is there something that protects a unified approach to protect African markets from this sort of thing, especially from China?
Thank you for that question. Let's give the panel opportunity to respond.
Since it's Ladies or Women's Month, we're taking the lead. And did you note, gender balance panel? So for all the ladies in the audience, next year you up here. Hey. Funny enough, I'm going to start with the last question. Before you mentioned Temu or Shein, can I just do a little quiz here? Who of you shop on Temu or Shein? You can put your hands up. Okay. So is there a unified approach? No. Should we do protection? Sorry for the policy people here. I'm quite practical. I don't think we should. We should get our act together and be able to compete with it. I mean, I'm going to touch on a very difficult subject. Everybody's probably aware Botswana has banned all our citrus products from going from South Africa into Botswana. So I don't know how the people in Botswana is going to get citrus, because knowing Botswana quite well, I don't think you can really grow citrus in Botswana. It's virtually impossible. So whether that's a good approach, it's against policy. And unfortunately, it is a big threat. The Temu Shein thing and e-commerce is one of the hot topics at the moment. It's being looked at, and if I'm correct, from September, the duty-free period is going to stop, so it will be a different period. But for us to be able to compete, we're going to have to pull our socks up. It's as simple as that. Maybe just quickly, Lawrence, I already made an appeal. I think he's worried that he's sitting next to me and I've got his number. Capacity building, capacity building, capacity building. We need to get down to the ground to get the people. I mean, there's some fantastic products. I don't know. I'm quite a proponent of our arts and craft industry in Africa. There's some remarkable stuff. And the people go berserk when they see it. We just need to get it out there and we need to get it packaged correctly. DTI provides support in terms of getting the people to the trade shows. After we can use, so I think there's a huge opportunity for us to make a big difference on the ground. Then Mike, political will and practical sense. And I think we kind of in the middle of it. There's definitely in some of the countries really good work. I think Dr. Ivy gave us some good insights as well. There's some really good trade flowing, but that came subsequent to the political will. And I think it is a combination still at this point. So I'm going to hand over to our colleague from DTIC on that political note.
Can I call you Uncle Mike? I can call you Mike. I'm going to lump all these three questions into one because I think there's commonalities in them and all of them are premised on the success of political will. Fortunately or unfortunately, we are governed from a level of politics. Now, budget allocation in treasury comes from a political head of some sort. When you look at the economic asymmetry in the continent, there are certain countries which do not have sufficient economic capacity to uplift themselves from whatever economic challenges they may be having. So policy and decisions that gets to be made, which again can be hinging on political direction without the will, is not gonna lead us anyway in the absence of the will. So everything else. I get into conversations where we always delve towards finalizing that our problems as a continent rest in inverted commas, political hands. So political will is critically important. Now, the Ubaba Mkhwanazi, we just came out of a conversation yesterday with the International Labour Organization. And the conversation is around sectoral dialogues. But key to this is making sure that all key stakeholders get to be involved on policy formulation, for an example, but we're looking at the master plans from the DTIC, but trying to make sure that each and every stakeholder that is relevant and key gets to be, included in the conversation so we can have inclusivity, so to say. So the aspect of bringing not necessarily urban stakeholders, but rural stakeholders, incorporating them within the opportunities of the AFCFTA is critical. Take an example from Ghana, and Dr. Ife is here. Ghana has this project or program, one district or one region or one factory. So when you go to Limpopo, for an example, Malamulele or Mopani district must have a factory that gets to employ people from there and gets to manufacture products. And our role will be to make sure that the products that come from that factory in Malamulele gets to find market space in Ivory Coast. So we need to make sure, and that is exactly what we are trying to do now, that which we are likely to do differently, as you ask. And we are likely to do this through the implementation of the National Implementation Committee that she was speaking about. As she says, we anticipate that by the end of this year or early next year, we would have constituted that vehicle. One last thing would be maybe to top up to your the responsibilities that we need to do as South Africa. The AFCFTA requires that each and every member state have an export trading company. And this export trading company is important for, number one, we may take this thing lightly, but information dissemination. and also making sure that there's linkages between suppliers and producers and so on and so forth. So South Africa has not yet activated that. There's only 4 member states, 4 countries, which is Ghana, Kenya, Rwanda, and Egypt, who have institutionalized export trading companies in their respective markets. So South Africa needs to do that, and we are in conversations to do exactly that. On the last question, Francis, right? And again, tying it to the political will. Policy-wise and with integration, we are in a global economy, and we can't therefore behave as mercantilists of some sort. But there could be a strategy that can be applied in trying to make sure that African prospects are protected somewhat. And you cannot protect Africa from Africa. You have to protect Africa from the rest of the world, as you say. But from the AU point of view, if we are to, for an example, that goes to a level of integration, those who are doing economics. There's preferential trade agreement, there's free trade agreement, then there's customs, and which is the aspiration of the AfCFTA, that eventually it will develop into a custom union. When you are having a custom union, you are now charging what they call a common external tariff to the rest of, let's just call them third parties. Only in the event where Africa can get into a custom union or a common market or a monetary union, then would be safe and able to protect the interests from your Asian and European and so on and so forth. I think that is the last. Thank you.
Harry, I would like to respond to the last question about protectionism. I think we also, the presentations, if we are only producing 3%, if we do not allow imports, then we don't have goods and services. We're going backwards in economic development. So I think to just echo what has been already said, we need to promote local production. We need to enable people to open and run businesses easily and effectively. And I think the GTI is a good example of that framework that tests out new ideas. In Singapore, for example, in the transport sector, they allow entrepreneurs to come up with new business ideas, and the policy frameworks allow for sandboxes or experiments. So we'll say we'll give you tariff reductions or you don't pay taxes for 6 months so that you try out this new business idea. But those are the kind of things that government needs to think about and put in place to support businesses. A lot of unemployed youth, a lot of all these crafts and good ideas that we have, we need to produce the goods to be able to take advantage of the benefits of trade agreements. If the trade agreement has got beautiful strategies on paper and we're not producing anything, it won't change anything. So I think it starts local by creating the economic activity, then leveraging on international trade and the trade agreements.
Thanks, Prof. I agree 100%. I think we need to understand a couple of things. Firstly, knowledge of trade agreements and the instruments that we have in support of those trade agreements in South Africa is woeful. And I'm not talking about SMEs. I'm talking about large corporates. If you go to many of our exporters and you ask them what trade instruments and support instruments they use, they don't have a clue. All of our competitors in Europe, in the US, in Asia know exactly what their development finance institutions and their ministries and so on offer in terms of trade and export support. It's a real Achilles heel for South African companies that we don't seem to bother with engaging at that level. The other thing in terms of, Kyle, your question about the mercantilist approach to protection against imports. The key problem for most of sub-Saharan Africa has simply been an infrastructure one. You can't manufacture without adequate infrastructure, without the notion that we have 65% of the world's unused arable land speaks directly to the fact that we don't have the infrastructure to support that agriculture. So part of the thing is not simply to ban imports. Nigeria does it on a regular basis. Ban the import of rice. And the president jumps up and says, right, we're going to ban it to support local rice production. And then all the governors of the states that neighbor sort of Benin, Togo, and Ghana desperately cry out for the importers to smuggle the stuff in so that they don't have riots on their hands over unavailable product or hugely expensive product. So you can't just you can't impose that kind of thing. You've got to create an environment in which you can manufacture successfully and competitively. I think if we're going to benchmark ourselves against China, we're going down the wrong road. But we import a hell of a lot of stuff from other countries, which we should be able to compete with if we have the correct policy environments, the correct infrastructure in place that allows businesses to operate optimally. And I think that's the key thing. Just a very quick comment on political will. There's no one size fits all. Some countries, the EAC, I think Louise mentioned, works pretty well for the most part. There's some internal spats. It's like any family, you have these little spats. Other regions and other countries are far less open to experimenting with the continental free trade area. And just to finally put it into context, it took Europe 2 world wars, I think 60 million deaths, and 50 years of bickering with one another to get to the European common market. It's taken Africa about 15 years to get to the same place. So I think we need to actually commend ourselves as Africans for doing this a lot quicker than so-called developed countries. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that, the panel. Dr. Ify, I see you say you unfortunately have another engagement. Maybe a quick closing comment from your side before you leave.
Right. No, thanks very much. This is a very interesting conversation. Thank you for the invitation, and I hope that everything goes very well. Thanks again, Clay.
Thank you so much for your time, Dr. Ify. Let's give her a big hand. Thank you very much. Right, Tatiba, you quiet there. You obviously welcome to interrupt us when you also feel you want to answer one of these questions. We're going to ask all the panelists for closing remarks when we're done. We're obviously running out of time seriously, but there are 2 questions here in the chat that I just want to ask. I think it's Wolf Broader who's asking this question. He says, will the AFTA dispute resolution platform allow for private sector to lodge cases or any governments? So that's the one question. And the other one is, my name is Washington Dube from the Shipping and Forwarding Agents Association of Zimbabwe. What could you say is the biggest challenge to the AFTA Guided Trader Initiative? The biggest challenge. So the one is, will the AFTA dispute resolution platform allow for private sector to lodge cases or only governments? And the other one is, what would you say is the biggest challenge to the AFTA Guided Trader Initiative?
Harry, I don't know, I ended up with the mic. So to Wolf's question, anybody can actually lodge a non-trade barrier complaint on the website. You don't have to be a government official. So Wolf, if there is anything, please lodge it. And then to the Zimbabwean question, if I had to say what's the biggest challenge, I think it is knowledge. And I think Prof also said it. People simply don't know. How many of you today knew that there is a website where you can go and see what the duties are? Probably nobody. And I think that's incumbent on all of us to start talking to each other and spreading the news. It does put pressure on DTIC to capacitate, but I think that's the biggest opportunity or the biggest risk for us at the moment. There's just simply not enough knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, Louise.
So, yes, private sector companies can lodge grievances there. For us, then the situation is, unfortunately, we are the ones then who need to not necessarily respond, but the instruments that are utilized to resolve those problems if we can make an example within SADC, there's a company that wanted to export certain products to a certain market, but due to conformity and standard issues, their products was then prohibited to enter that market. The company is able to log in that grievance, but we then have to come in through the SADC dispute resolution mechanism to ensure that we get to resolve that problem. So they're allowed and they're actually encouraged to do that. On the issue of the challenge, and not necessarily challenge to the GTI only, but the AfCFTA as a whole, is that since the program is mainly directed to the reduction of tariffs, we need to be aware that some of these member state economies were heavily dependent on the revenue that they get to generate from those specific tariffs. So with the reduction of tariffs, then there's an emergence then of non-tariff barriers, which they get to utilize with standard certificates and so on and so forth. Then they'll still be able to ban imports of products here and there. So that is for us a critical challenge where we would substitute one protectionism measure with another. So then it'll derail our efforts actually and somehow reduce the opportunities that we may be able to derive from all these engagements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think is there perhaps a burning question in the audience, or can we do closing remarks? Burning question. Okay, let's do one burning question.
Afternoon all. Just firstly, thanks to the panel for the discussion. I think it's quite insightful. So my name is Nilesh. I head up the global trade team within Nedbank. Dealing with a number of customers, I think some of the biggest challenges on trade in itself is around regulation. So exchange control is probably one of the biggest challenges within South Africa. Clients that do import and export share some frustrations about South Africa's regulations in itself and how restrictive it is compared to other countries. And I think the second biggest challenge of late, customers are explaining quite a bit of frustrations around customs and clearing and how to actually streamline that so there's better communication, one platform across the board, whether it be road, whether it be freight, sea freight in itself, but one platform, one communication. So I think that's some of the challenges. So maybe it's more of a comment than a question. But how do we foresee us unlocking or reducing some of those challenges, especially from my exchange control point of view, because I believe that there is a lot of opportunity both for import and export for South Africa, as we do have an insignificant market share. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I see more hands. Yeah, we haven't got time for all the questions. You're welcome to post your question via email to myself, and then I will address it to the panelists. Burning questions. Burning one.
Thank you, Chair. Mine will be short, just like me. I'm in the sports industry. I'm more interested in terms of trade agreements or international opportunities that talks to sports. Thank you.
There was one. Okay, this is the last one.
Thank you, everyone. My question is just simple and short. It might be a comment, it might be an additional question on top of other questions. It's about how do we facilitate free trade agreement within Africa, looking at the currency, the exchange rate system, whereby if we are speaking about free trade agreement in Africa, how are we going to facilitate it much more effective and efficiently so, looking into currency building? Due to the fact that we need to be able to have a currency that will be able to allow us not to be dependent on the westernized system, which is going to, I think it's going to be able to help the market development the industry development into supply chain and transport and logistics in terms of also building job opportunities, providing skills development, and also providing a proper structure for African development free trade. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The panel can respond.
I'll start with the currency one. Currencies are backed by economic activity, right? The same way the South African rand is backed by our GDP. So the free trade area needs to be stable enough to produce goods and services that give backing to the currency. So I think a lot of the groundwork needs to take place first. A lot of trade needs to happen, and a lot of goods and services need to be produced, exported, and imported to substantiate the value of the free trade area before we start thinking of a currency.
Thanks. I think just to add to that, you know, we are at the beginning of the PAPS that we talked about earlier, the Pan-African Payment Settlement System, which will effectively eliminate the need for trading in dollars or foreign currency. The work that I've seen done on this is that African trade loses about $5 billion a year, because if you want to export to Botswana, it goes via a bank in New York if you're trading in foreign currency. So that payment system will allow African companies to trade with one another in their domestic currency and not have to worry about currency fluctuations. So I think that's an important element to consider. It's in its infancy, but these things do take time to come to fruition. In terms of sports trade agreements, I don't know what kind of sports trade agreement you're looking for. Are you asking Nigeria to give us a chance to win something every now and again? Or but yeah, I mean, that's trade in services, and I would imagine that does get covered at some levels as well.
So the AfCFTA in itself, it's a rules-based trade agreement. So it provides rules that coordinates trade facilitation. That in itself, therefore, seeks to provide certainty, because there are particular rules that needs to be followed. And there's protocols in dispute settlement, there's protocols on investment facilitation, which also at some point speak to safeguarding investment that companies get to, you know, commit in interested company, I mean, in interested countries and so on and so forth. So that element, as I said, with the certainty that it brings through, the regulation of it through the trade-related system is what will bring about certainty. The customs and clearing thing is, my years are not in line here. I don't know who made the first one-stop border post, but now there's EIC, all right, and it contributed significantly to the economies in East Africa. We have one as well, but if it works in one element or one side and does not work on the other, because there's still a whole lot of traffic that Zambia has to unlock. So the one-stop border post framework is the one that will then assist us in, you know, making sure that clearance and handling of traffic, you know, becomes smooth and so on. In sports, and I'm glad Duncan spoke of it, the service element. So let me start it here. The AfCFTA is in twofold. It's an agreement in goods and also an agreement in services, but the services aspect is yet to be finalized. For now, there's 5 sectors that have been agreed upon. Transport is one of them, key, but I think tourism is there as well. So sports, there's sports tourism. Again, in sports, obviously, the jersey that my favorite team wears, Kaizer Chiefs, even though we lose, likely to be manufactured elsewhere, in the event that it could be manufactured in Mauritius, because their clothing and textile is huge, or Lesotho, for instance, then there'll be opportunities for apparel and garments And you can take through the entire value chain of clothing and textile, the cotton in the Benin and Togo and whatnot. If there's then manufacturing productivity that happens within the clothing and apparel, footwear, soccer boots, and so on and so forth, that then will be, it'll be all inclusive for your industry as well. I think a lot has been said about pubs, so I should not add in as far as exchange rate.
I'm just going to be naughty and take the gap here. I think to the gentleman from Nedbank's comment around problems with customs, I differ from my DTI colleague. We want no stop borders. So that's the aim. So please reach out to me, especially our customs organization in South Africa is truly an organization we can be very proud of. And they have done incredible work. They are still busy with the customs modernization program as we stand now. I think it comes back to people don't know and people don't understand. Just to give you an idea, you can actually sit anywhere in South Africa and pass a customs declaration and get a release to proceed within what time slot, if I had to ask you guys? Who's brave to take a guess? We've got 2 hours here. Anybody else? Okay. 24. I've got bad news for you. 3 minutes. So that is where we are. So I think really big opportunity. It comes back to knowledge sharing. And since he supports Kaiser Chiefs, I'm not quite sure who I must support, but I come from the Western Cape, so I'm a Stormers girl, sorry. So, no, Harry, thank you very much. And to our wonderful panelists, that is gender neutral. And I just want to take the opportunity to wish all the ladies a wonderful Women's Month and to remind our DTIC colleague that flowers do work. Sure.
Thank you, Louise. Was that your closing comment? Thank you. So can we have from Tabang then closing comments? Thank you.
Thank you. Just one slight point as well. The no border post thing, as it is now, in actual fact, we can implement it, but there are drawbacks from that as well. So for the AFCFTA, and you'll see this on the presentation when it's sent, you need to provide a certificate that shows that you are trading under the AFCFTA. So when your goods arrive in Egypt, for example, they already know and the clearance is simplified, right? So there's a system already as well where you, in as far as the facilitation is concerned, your truck is not necessarily supposed to be stopped and searched and so on and so forth. They happen. But we are running the risk of illicit goods somehow. So in as much as we want to open that up, we should be careful in how we go about in doing that, because we may be solving one problem, but creating another. So we'll discuss in as far as that is concerned. My closing, I think I've spoken a lot. I should just thank you for the invitation and just to encourage that our doors remain highly open. To the young people, obviously I'm not Uncle Mark, I'm not above 50, but there has been a concern about service provision by government. And for quite some time, we have been attempting to build a what do we call it? What state? Okay, I forgot, the term got out of my mind. But there is an intention for government to make sure that we bring, now the term is gone, apologies. But what I'm trying to say is here, we have officials at the DTIC who are hard at work to make sure that this agreement sees its fruits at the end of the day. So we're encouraging you to come knock at our doors. If you do not, in inverted commas, pester us, maybe nothing.
Yes, thank you.
If you do, you will reap off the rewards of that. Thanks, Prof.
Thank you, Taban. Prof. Nolin.
I'm an optimist. I think we know what needs to be done. And with combined effort and collaboration, definitely the benefits are for the country to and the continent at large to reap. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you, Prof. Nalin. Duncan.
Perfect. Just a couple of thoughts. It's very simple. If you want to trade, know your product, know your market, know how to get it there, and which regulations you have to follow. It's as simple as that, although sometimes the regulations aren't that simple. But if you understand the operating environment you're working in, it's that much easier. And I really think that forums like this give us a great opportunity to discuss these. So thank you very much, Harry, and your team as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Duncan. Titiwe, you've got closing comments? You're on mute.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for inviting us. This was indeed informative. I think I'm looking forward to learning more on the AfCFTA and how we can collaborate, especially on the cross-border road transport, because I think we heard a lot that road transport contributes about 77% of transportation. So I think in order to leverage on that, we also need to work together. So thank you. It was informative.
Titiwe, thank you to you as well and for your participation and staying online all this time. We really appreciate that. Ladies and gents, let's give our panel a big hand. Amazing job done. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it. It's now that we're going to say sadly goodbye to our online people. We're going to do the lucky draw now. That's obviously only for the people in person here at the event. So yeah, Jan, you can enter the Zoom session. And yeah, so ladies and gents, what we're going to do now is we're going to send around the box, and you guys can stay there if you want to.